Terrorism in Fact and Propaganda. Edward S. Herman. Table of Contents. Acknowledgements 7. 1. 1. The Semantics and Role of Terrorism 21. 2. Contemporary Terrorism, the Lesser and Mythical Terror Networks 47. 3. Contemporary Terrorism, 83. 4. Contemporary Terrorism, the Role of the Mass Media 139. 5. Remedies for Terrorism 201. Footnotes 221. Index 247. Table 2:1 Terrorist Attacks Against Cuba 67. Table 3:1 Income Size, Growth, and Distribution for 4 Socialist and 6 U.S. Client States 94. Table 3:2 Human Needs Performance for 4 Socialist and 6 U.S. Client States 100-101. Table 3:3 Origin and Spread of the Death Squad in Latin America 116. Table 3:4 U.S. Military, Police and Economic Aid to Countries Using Torture on an Administrative Basis in the 1970s 129. Table 3:5 Forms of Subversion Engaged in by the United States in 8 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, 1950 to 1980 134. Table 4:1 Press Coverage of Abused Persons in the Soviet Sphere and in 8 U.S. Client States 197. If we have learned anything this century, it is that respect for the individual, democracy and the rule of law are essential to progress. Basic civil liberties, including the right to life, liberty, and the freedom of personal and political expression, suffered a drastic setback in 1981. In more than a dozen regional nations, even the most fundamental rights, life and the inviolability of the person, were transgressed by the government-condoned practice of harassing, torturing, and murdering political opponents of those in power. These reverses can be linked to policies adopted by the Reagan administration. Has allied the U.S. with the most violent regimes in the hemisphere. He has sanctioned atrocities and human rights abuses by providing those governments with essentially unconditioned U.S. support. The philosopher-statesman George Savile, 1st Marquis of Halifax, wrote in the 17th century that a man that should call everything by its right name would hardly pass the streets without being knocked down as a common enemy, a wise observation. People have a lot to hide, from themselves as well as from their neighbors. Countries also have a lot to hide, more from their own people than from outsiders. In each country a web of myths evolves that allows the loyal citizenry to feel good about their nation, that depicts it and its people as generous, progressive, decent to a fault in its international behavior. People who question these myths, whether myths about a beneficent past, or the myths currently employed to put today's actions and policies in a favorable light, are thus highly offensive to good taste and basic feelings of right and wrong. These doubters of myths may even pose a threat to communal integration and policy, which rest on this foundation of myths, and societies therefore usually have methods for containing or squelching critics who raise such questions. 1. 2. To use an offensive illustration appropriate to this work, which is in the offensive tradition, consider the treatment of those who took an uncompromising position against human slavery before the Civil War. Slavery was an important economic institution and had majority support in the United States. Thus, according to Charles and Mary Beard, in the North, where abolitionists naturally carried on most of their work, the ordinary engines of resistance to criticism were supplemented by mob action. Garrison was beaten and dragged through the streets of Boston in 1835 by a maddened crowd, including many gentlemen of property and influence, and escaped death only because the police seized him and put him in jail. One of his disciples, the Reverend Samuel May, was set upon at least 6 times in Massachusetts and Vermont. In Philadelphia, an attack on the abolitionists assumed the proportions of a riot. At Alton, Illinois, Lovejoy, a preacher and publisher, after suffering the loss of 3 presses at the hands of a mob, was shot to death while attempting to protect the 4th. This work is written in the spirit of Garrison, May, and Lovejoy, impelled by a sense of identification and sympathy with the tens of millions of third-world peasants being pushed off the land under a system of supply-side economics with machine guns too. In country after country in the U.S. sphere of influence, dominoes have been falling, with military regimes and other dependent tyrannies coming into power in virtually all of Central and South America, and in Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines, Zaire, and elsewhere. These regimes have almost uniformly displayed the following characteristics: they represent a small elite interest, including the multinational corporation, which they treat kindly. They all use terror, including modern forms of torture, to keep the majority unorganized, powerless, and as means to local elite and multinational corporate ends. The leaderships of these states are almost invariably venal. They have allowed already highly skewed income distributions to become still more unequal, and have caused a large fraction of their populations to be kept in a state of extreme deprivation. There is, in short, a huge tacit conspiracy between the U.S. government, its agencies, and its multinational corporations, on the one hand, and local business and military cliques in the Third World, on the other, to assume complete control of these countries and develop them on a joint venture basis. The military leaders of the Third World were carefully nurtured by the U.S. security establishment to serve as the enforcers of this joint venture partnership, and they have been duly supplied with machine guns and the latest data on methods of interrogation of subversives. The impoverished and long abused masses of Latin America, as Penny Lernu observes, will not stay quietly on the farms or in the slums unless they are terribly afraid. As in Stroessner's Paraguay, the rich get richer only because they have the guns. Asterisk. The rich include a great many U.S. companies and individuals, which is why the United States has provided the guns, and much more. Labor costs have been kept low under the system. The side effects in the form of widespread hunger, malnutrition, diseases of poverty and social neglect, millions of stunted children, and a huge reserve army of structurally unemployed and uncared for people are the regrettable but necessary costs of growth and development. These side effects have not been heavily featured in the Western mass media. The terror employed by the enforcers, which helps produce these side effects, has been of fearful quality and frightening scope. In its 1974 report on torture, Amnesty International pointed out that human torture, for several centuries largely a historical curiosity, has suddenly developed a life of its own and become a social cancer. It became a major phenomenon during the reigns of Hitler and Stalin, but in Germany it disappeared with the collapse of Nazism, and, following the death of Stalin, torture sharply declined and in many forms disappeared altogether in the Soviet Union and in the Soviet sphere of influence. But it has grown by leaps and bounds in the Third World client states of the West, most notably in the U.S. sphere of influence. More than 10 of the U.S. clients in Latin America are national security states, Third World fascist clones, directly controlled by military elites whose ideology combines elements of Nazism with pre-Enlightenment notions of hierarchy and natural inequality. These military elites and their cadres have been trained to find subversion in 4. Any effort or idea that would challenge the status quo in any way: Bible classes, organizing peasants, unions, proposals for land reform or tax increases on property, and the like. They have also learned that subversion, which is the same thing as communism, is an evil that must be rooted out and destroyed in a permanent holy war. The result has been a system of self-sustaining and ruthless violence, with behavior patterns strongly reminiscent of those of the Nazi secret police. For example, there has been a steady flow of reports coming out of Argentina, Brazil, and Chile of real and simulated torture of children in front of their parents as a method of eliciting information. For one woman, they made her son Facundo cry in the operating theater next to the one in which she was being tortured. For another, they made her listen to her daughter's screams while they interrogated her. That is Argentina. In Brazil, among the large body of first-hand evidence of the torturing of children is one case of a 3-month-old baby tortured to death in front of its mother by police in Sao Paulo's Tiradentes prison. In Santiago, Chile, to deal with a woman already tortured but still refusing to talk, her torturers brought in her 1-year-old son and used flat-nosed pliers to jerk out his fingernails. This method was effective. The sadism of the security services of the NSSs is pervasive and institutionalized. The personnel who are delegated to pick people up and deal with them in the detention centers of Argentina, for example, automatically torture prisoners, but they will also take into custody and torture chance associates of a person whom they wish to intimidate or question. Penny Lerner describes the experiences of a worker priest in Argentina, Father Patrick Rice, arrested on the street simply because he was working and living with the poor. A 21-year-old part-time maid, who came to him seeking medicine for a sick sister, was walking down the street with him when he was taken into custody. Both were subjected to extreme torture. As in Nazi Germany, the institutionalized violence of the NSSs has attracted into the coercive apparatus people who have given it increasingly sexual pathological properties. Rape, and violence directed to sexual organs, is commonplace. The wife of an international lawyer, one of the thousands of murdered. 5. Victims of state terror in Argentina, in her last view of him, could see evidence of the use of the electric prod on his face and also that he had been severely tortured around his testicles. She and her husband were picked up at home as follows. On November 10, 1976, at 8:30 in the morning, 6 men dressed as civilians, heavily armed, broke into my house. They used extreme violence with my husband and me and took away books and personal papers, some of which were extremely important to us, such as his university titles, and everything else that one needs in Argentina. I was in bed at the time they came in. I had only a nightgown on. They forced me to take off my gown, and put on my street clothes, while they watched with obscene looks and a lot of joking. They took us in a Ford Falcon, which is the most common police car, blindfolded. Immediately when we arrived at our destination, they separated my husband and me, and began the brutal treatment. It is hard to describe what happened to me there, but it will give you an idea of the mentality of these people, when I make some descriptions. Naturally, in the situation that I was in, with the great nervousness that hit me, I frequently needed to go to the bathroom. The first 2 times, they took me upstairs, 2 flights up, to the bathroom. There was not one right there. Every time I would pass the guards that were standing in the hallway there, they would hit me, kick me, insult me, handle me, and hurl every type of obscenity at me. So finally, whenever I needed to go to the bathroom, I asked them to bring a bucket, assuming that the people who were in the room with me were in the same situation that I was in. They brought a bucket that had already been used, and I had to do my necessities with my handcuffs on, and I was wearing trousers at the time. I think you can. 5. Imagine what I went through, the long time that it took me every time to lower and raise my pants with my handcuffs on, with the guards watching and laughing. This is a calculated way that they have, among others, to throw even the person who is most balanced mentally completely out of balance. This is part of their system not only of physical but also of psychological torture. They said they were absolutely sure that neither my husband nor I belonged to any illegal organizations. This I did not even have to prove to them. But they said that despite the fact that we were not involved in an illegal organization, his work as a lawyer in defending political prisoners, and especially the fact that he was well known and could do damage outside the country, made him a dangerous person to them. The guards treated all of us violently, some more than others. One of the worst parts was hearing the cries of pain of some of the people who were being abused. Could hear the cries of a young girl who was being brutally tortured with blows and an electric prod beside me. Suddenly all ceased and I clearly heard "Che, the blonde has gone out of our hands." 3. This gives only the smallest flavor of the new social cancer and the quality of the states whose favor is being actively sought in Washington. The documentation on the extensiveness and innovative cruelty of torture in these client states is immense, although as I shall discuss later the US public is largely spared the pain of having to confront this horror either in its gruesome details or in meaningful context. Meaningful context would, of course, involve disclosure of the enormous degree of U.S. complicity in the origination and servicing of this form of Third World fascism, a fact I will document throughout this book. Instead of facts, people in the United States are assured by their leaders that those countries are in basically good hands. As General Haig has pointed out, the rulers of these moderately authoritarian states believe in God, as he does. There is some 7. Confirmation of Haig's faith in the Christian qualities of the Argentinian leaders. The exclusive reading matter provided in many of that country's torture centers is the New Testament. Another extremely important reflection of a resurgence of terrorism has been the growth of disappearances, a phenomenon mentioned by Hannah Arendt as one of the last and most terrible phases in the evolution and degeneration of totalitarian states. 5. The term refers to cases where individuals are seized by military, paramilitary, or police agents of the state, who secretly murder and dispose of the bodies of their victims, often after torture, always without legal process, and without acknowledgement and admitted responsibility of the state. Disappearances, as described by a recent report on this subject by AI, is a particular government practice applied on a massive scale in Guatemala after 1966, in Chile since later 1973, and in Argentina after March 1976. It was a tactic used by the Nazis in the occupied territories in the 1940s under the Nacht-und decree to dispose of those resistors endangering German security by means of what Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel described as effective intimidation. The victims, in Germany as in Chile, were subject to an often violent arrest, torture, secret imprisonment and usually death. As noted by AI, the discovery of mass graves of peoples previously believed to have disappeared and the testimony of survivors of secret detention camps have helped not only to fill in the factual vacuum left by each individual disappearance but also to refute denials of accountability on the part of government authorities in countries where the practice has become widespread. Clearly in this new proliferation of the disappeared in Latin America we are confronted with something monstrous. AI notes that making people disappear is an especially abhorrent method of government repression, one which violates a broad range of human rights, and inflicts widespread and continuing physical and/or psychological suffering. A government seeks thereby to ignore its responsibility to its citizens and the international community. This is an understatement, given the fact of severe torture and mutilation as a commonplace in Latin. 8. American disappearances, as well as death and official silence. We are also dealing here with a phenomenon that is quantitatively significant, the number of disappeared in Latin America in recent decades numbering several score thousands. At the first Latin American Congress of Relatives of the Disappeared, held in San Jose, Costa Rica, January 20 to 24, 1981, the estimate given for disappeared men, women, and children in Latin America over the past 2 decades was 90,000. By contrast, the CIA's most recent estimate of the total number of deaths resulting from international terrorist violence for the period 1968 to 1980 numbers 3,668, 20 or about 4% of the number of disappearances for Latin America alone. To take one further case, or set of cases, indicative of the scope and frightfulness of terrorism in the NSSs, we may consider the tiny country of Guatemala. On June 21, 1980, 30 Guatemalan labor leaders were seized by paramilitary forces at their various headquarters, packed into trucks, and have not been heard from since. To a small matter, not worthy of the attention of Lane Kirkland or the U.S. mass media. In the middle of VV York Times article on Guatemala in May 1981, it was noted rather matter-of-factly that 76 leaders of the Guatemalan Christian Democratic Party, which is associated with the Christian Democratic Party of President Napoleon Duarte in neighboring El Salvador, have been slain in the last 10 months. 10 officials of the left-of-center Social Democratic United Revolutionary Front have been killed. 22 ordinary citizens and peasants in the countryside of Guatemala have been subjected to a much larger diet of massacres by government forces in recent years. The Council on Hemispheric Affairs estimated in mid-1981 that over 7,000 people had been assassinated by the Guatemalan government and its various paramilitary affiliates since mid-1978. Happy face. Toward the end of 1981, the Central American correspondent of the London Economist reported that so far this year some 4,000 Indians have been murdered, thousands more have fled their villages. 24. This figure for murder victims in less than 1 year in a single small country exceeds the previously mentioned CIA estimate for international terrorists over a 13-year period. It is difficult to avoid a sense of outrage not only at the realities of this real terror network but also at Western hypocrisy. 9. An important element in that hypocrisy is the pretense of Western non-involvement. Thus, while the killings and torture in the NSSs are sometimes mentioned in the news media as inexplicable background facts, like cosmic radiation, and for some reason not deserving indignation remotely proportional to the crimes in question, the U.S. role in establishing and maintaining the NSSs in power is generally suppressed altogether. This pattern of hypocrisy, aversion of the eyes, and absence of indignation at extensive and serious crimes can be rationally explained only in terms of a structure of interests. The Third World clients that dispense the terror in Guatemala and throughout the NSSs serve very specific groups, including important elements of the parent Western states, who pursue their naked self-interest with a single-mindedness that overwhelms any conflicting value. But in the mouths of spokesmen for these lands of the disappeared, words like growth, development, and even freedom are bandied about as if there were some high moral purpose underlying the joint venture operations built on a base of repression. The preferred word for the favorable conditions provided by terror is stability, which is sometimes translated into euphemistic operational language, such as that Mussolini made the trains run on time. The use of freedom in reference to the client states of the West is especially noteworthy, as in country after country political freedom and basic civil rights have been thrust aside in order that privileged elites can more effectively do what they see as advantageous to themselves. Freedom in its application to the Third World in this post-Orwellian age, means the ability of the larger economic interests to operate without constraint. As democracy and other legal rights for ordinary citizens might be constraining, freedom requires non-freedom in a political social-economic sense for the majority. Of course, a dispossessed and unemployed peasant is perfectly free to strike a hard bargain with Liquigas, Socfin, or Gulf and Western, to hire lawyers to defend his land claims, and to mobilize his influential friends and use his resources to lobby for special tax, subsidy, and legal rights. This very special form of freedom brought by the West helps explain why Third World client states do so poorly in meeting basic human needs, and why such states rarely make much advance on the problems of acute poverty and misery that they inherited and 10. Which they often enlarge. As immiseration of the majority is an integral part of the free world package for the Third World, the unsavory aspects of the package, the terror, the direct spoliation of people and resources, and Western complicity must be rationalized and, as far as possible, kept under the rug. Part of the rationalization consists of the stress on growth and development, whose benefits will allegedly trickle down to the majority in the long run. Another part of the apologetic involves an appropriate redefining and reordering of concepts of freedom and human rights. That is, economic freedom is raised to preeminence, where this really means the absence of any constraints on large local and multinational interests. Political and civil liberties are pushed into the background. The basic economic needs and rights applicable to the majority, such as jobs, economic security, nutrition, and essential health care, are entirely ignored, and the human rights significance of torture and other forms of direct violence are sharply downgraded. A second facet of this semi-intellectual defense of state terrorism has been the attempt to distinguish between regimes that are totalitarian and those that are merely authoritarian. Commenting on this distinction, Charles Meekling, a former State Department advisor in the Kennedy-Johnson era, writes, "Right-wing ideologues devised a specious distinction between totalitarian and authoritarian regimes. Their approach threw a mixed bag of political and economic freedoms, nearly all illusory in the Latin American context, onto the scale of human rights and assigned these freedoms an arbitrary weight exceeding the most bestial practices of torture and official murder. S. In the new right-wing apologetics, totalitarianism is, of course, equated with communism. This being the ultimate evil, anything we support that is bad but hostile to communism, such as fascism, is a lesser evil. This argument was used to justify continuing friendly relations with the Nazis before World War II, and Meekling notes that since 1976 the arguments given for 1. Warmer relations with Argentina by a number of multinational banks, corporations, and business groups like the Council of the Americas have borne an uncanny resemblance to those of their predecessors for Hitler and Nazi Germany. 6. There is also an uncanny similarity in the tendency of the leaders of the NSSs and the U.S. business and political elite to assume a hostile stance toward parties and organizations representing the working class and peasantry. These elites are comfortable only with elite rule. Genuine pluralism frightens them. This was a lesson learned by Juan Bosch, who retained power in the Dominican Republic less than a year, and it was demonstrated quite clearly to the democratically elected leaders of Guatemala during that country's brief experiment with pluralism and constitutional government. 2. Blanche Wiesencook points out that the United States' attitude toward democracy in Guatemala changed perceptibly in 1947, when Arvalo introduced a work code affirming the right of workers to organize and strike. 28. Similarly, the crushing and dismantlement of workers' organizations in Turkey in 1980–1981 under a martial law regime, with collective bargaining terminated and the top leadership of the trade unions arrested and threatened with trial for treason, was greeted warmly in the U.S. business community, and U.S. economic and military aid in support of the new regime was substantially increased. This was, of course, the same period during which martial law in Poland, the arrest of trade unionists, and setbacks to union power and democratic rights in Poland were evoking frenzied cries of outrage and demands for action in the United States, a manifestation of hypocrisy, self-deception, and bifurcation of the mind that would be hard to match. In carefully playing down or ignoring martial law in Turkey, while carrying out a hysterical campaign of moral indignation over Poland, the U.S. mass media have been displaying what we might call their fundamental laws of motion as a propaganda system which may be summed up briefly as, avert the eyes from the terror of friendly fascists, locate and devote full attention to the abuses of the enemy. This is an extremely important task. 12. Given the size and human costs of the real terror network, the function of the mass media, as servants of the dominant power interests of a country whose nominal values are liberal, is therefore to obfuscate reality, to pretend that the NSSs and other dependent tyrannies are not extremely well arranged to serve Western interests, to play down the crucial Western involvement in the emergence and spread of this third world fascist mafia, and, most of all, to avoid and distract public attention from the details about what is happening to several hundred million peasants and other victims of this joint venture. Putting these ugly facts right out on the table would make citizens of the West quite uncomfortable, and might even interfere with the positive support given official terrorists by the leaders of the free world. A focus on socialist abuses and on the terror of the left and the dispossessed, relatively trivial by comparison, has been found immensely helpful as a diversion from the quantitatively more significant terror that must be protected as functional. The lesser terror is doubly helpful if it can be tied in with Soviet and communist plots and machinations. Since this tie-in is useful to powerful interests, the Western media do not ask much in the way of rigorous proofs of a red menace. Where there is a demand for red terror in the West, a supply is quickly forthcoming. The reader will already have noted and perhaps been surprised by the remarkable fact that the CIA concept of international terrorism does not include those responsible for the 90,000 disappeared in Latin America, nor the leadership of the Garcia regime in Guatemala, the direct managers of the murder of thousands in the last few years. Happy face, I will examine more closely in the following chapter the ways in which establishment scholarship and propaganda, as displayed in the writings of Walter Laqueur and Claire Sterling, Also carefully ignore the official terror and focus on the terror of selected individuals and small groups on the left, subsets of what may be called retail terror. O. The political establishment naturally follows the same course. In the world of Jean Kirkpatrick, the Sandinistas are promoting terrorism in El Salvador, terrorism referring to the actions of the rebels, who are possibly being given some marginal assistance by Nicaragua. Local church sources and independent observers have 1. 3. Uniformly contended that the daily murders and mutilations by government and government-sponsored paramilitary forces account for well over 80% of civilian killings. These forces were, and still are, armed, trained and given crucial support by the United States, either directly or through one of its client states. Kirkpatrick excludes the massive official murders of civilians from the category of terrorism, partly by arbitrarily removing government from the category of terrorist, but she also resorts to the tired NSS cliché that much of the official violence is by irregular forces who are out of control. It will be shown in Chapter 3 that the death squads of Latin America are under very good control, one of their prime functions being to kill without restraint while allowing the NSS and its sponsor to plausibly deny responsibility. This system of distributed functions has worked so well that the death squad has now spread to 10 different U.S. client states. In Chapter 1, it will be shown, further, that Kirkpatrick's system of apologetics is complete, in the sense that no level or form of murder or torture, or degree of unpopularity, would justify non-support of our friends. In short, we have been living not only in an age of escalating terrorism but in an age of Orwell, where words are managed and propaganda and scholarship are organized so that terror means the lesser terror, the greater terror is defined out of existence and given little attention. With the accession to power of Reagan, Haig, and Kirkpatrick, we have entered the post-Orwellian era. Claiming a new dedication to fighting terrorism, this administration has rushed to the support of the world's leading terrorists, including the rulers of the most torture-prone NSSs and assorted other right-wing governments with a marked proclivity to violence. In their turn, the governments of Argentina, Chile, El Salvador, Guatemala, Israel, and South Africa greeted the arrival of Reagan with enthusiasm. For some reason they felt that with his team in place any prior constraints on violence were no longer operative. Intensified repression in Chile and other NSSs, Reagan's raid on the Iraqi reactor and bombing of Beirut, and an escalation of South African violence against its neighbors all quickly ensued. The irony of this rapidly expanding real terrorism accompanying Washington's pronouncement of a new concern with something 14. Called terrorism was lost on the Western mass media. Following an initial period of bold and open displacement of human rights by terrorism as the alleged soul of U.S. foreign policy, in November 1981 the Reagan administration decided to reorganize the soul further and reintroduce human rights. More accurately, it was decided that this rhetorical adjustment would not interfere in the least with business as usual, i.e., warm support for any mass murderer-torturer in our sphere of influence. If Carter could establish a reputation for being a human rights zealot by an occasional qualification in his general support of friendly state terrorists, why shouldn't Reagan get away with reconciling human rights with an unqualified support? A recent State Department memo outlining the new commitment indicates just how this may be accomplished, 2 through application of what may be called the 3 Bs. But, human rights must be balanced against U.S. economic, security and other interests. But, we must take into account the pressures a regime faces and the nature of its enemies. But, human rights are not advanced by replacing a corrupt dictator with a zealous communist Politburo. The 3 Bs would seem to cover all contingencies and preclude any restraint on friendly state terror but quiet diplomacy. Happy face, as noted earlier, and as discussed in detail in Chapter 3, many of the NSSs are in place precisely because they serve U.S. interests in a joint venture with local torturers, at the expense of their majorities. It follows that on first but grounds alone, therefore, U.S. policymakers can reasonably look the other way while third-world fascists do their thing. Just in case there might be any other loopholes, the second and third buts allow still more leeway for supporting friendly terror. If, as was the case in Nicaragua, over 90% of the population is opposed to a corrupt dictator, who has been armed to the teeth by the United States and its clients. This 90% will have to seek arms elsewhere to dislodge the tyrant. The United States and its allies will not supply them. If they buy arms from any communist power, as may well be necessary, this will be interpreted as evidence that the corrupt dictator's enemies are sinister. It also raises the specter of a communist Politburo, the worse, so that we must stand firm with the corrupt dictator. 15. Given the willingness to manipulate facts on the source, volume, and meaning of arms flows, our continued warm support of fascist dictators will be perfectly compatible with the new human rights principles. I pay considerable attention in this book to the ways in which the mass media of the United States, which I will also refer to as the free press, play a strategic role in diverting attention to the lesser terror. In Chapter 4, I deal explicitly with the questions of why the media play this role, and the devices used to serve the dominant interests of the state. I do not resort to any conspiracy theories in explaining these processes, which flow from basic structural facts, relationships, and resultant values, the internalization of these values on the part of media personnel, the importance of government and business as information sources and sponsors, and the interplay of all these forces in generating systematic bias via self-censorship. Because the media do disclose something of an unpleasant reality that some leaders of the state would suppress altogether, their massive subservience to larger state and corporate interests is frequently denied, obscured, or greatly underrated. This confusion is sufficiently important to deserve a few remarks and illustrations here. The first step in understanding the reality of mass media subservience is simply to observe carefully what they select, what they suppress, and what arouses their indignation. Take a hypothetical case, to get a feel for systematic bias. Let us suppose that back in the spring of 1980, Polish labor leader Lech Wałęsa had called a strike. Suppose further that he and 12 of his associates had been arrested and thrown in jail for a month, then released but scheduled for a military trial on grounds of incitement to collective violence. Because of the threat of observers from abroad, who insisted on a presence at the trial, its scheduled occurrence was put off for a week, but in fact Wałęsa was tried in secret and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Would this be newsworthy? Substitute for Wałęsa, Luis Ignacio da Silva, the 35-year-old president of the São Bernardo Metal Workers Union and chairman of the Workers' Party, PT of Brazil. It is to Lula that the above facts apply, and these facts were barely mentioned in the U.S. mass media. Nothing on 16. National TV, and only by the most careful examination of the best national newspapers would the U.S. reader know who Lula is or be aware of his position. Why is the mistreatment of Wałęsa newsworthy and the abuse of Lula virtually suppressed? Suppose Wałęsa and 29 of his labor leader colleagues had been seized by the Polish authorities and disappeared, as the 30 Guatemalan labor leaders mentioned earlier. Imagine the uproar and the furious denunciations of communist iniquity. Ask yourself why serious crimes in Guatemala are suppressed and why the very much alive Wałęsa is given enormous attention. I offer the following explanatory hypothesis: that the 30 murdered Guatemalan labor leaders were killed by friendly terrorists, favored and supported by important U.S. interests, whereas a focus on the live Wałęsa allows many points to be scored against communism. A systematic dichotomous treatment can be found across the board, whereby huge crimes by state terrorists within the U.S. sphere of influence are either suppressed or given brief and muted treatment. Abuses attributable to enemies are attended to repeatedly and with indignation and sarcasm. When enemy abuses are serious, as in the case of Pol Pot's Cambodia, the mass media follow events on a daily basis, accept or freely disseminate claims without the slightest attempt at critical evaluation, and wax hysterical with humanistic concern. Devotion to the victims knows no bounds, although during the period 1969 to 1972, when the Kissinger-Nixon team was killing Cambodians on a large scale, and helping to set the stage for the Pol Pot era, the mass media showed not the slightest interest. But lesser enemy abuses also attract steady mass media attention and deep concern. In contrast, the reign of terror in Latin America is being treated only occasionally, with antiseptic brevity, without context, and devoid of human detail and touches that might be conducive to sympathetic feeling. Noted earlier was the brief mention in a press article of the murder of 76 Christian Democratic leaders over a 10-month period in 1980. No indignation was expressed, no sarcasm about this happening in a member of the free world, and no mention of the background of U.S. intervention in that state. Editorial comment on these 76 murders has been negligible, and the details of the individual murders have been essentially suppressed. No. 17. Pictures, no interviews with widows, just a cold statistic that expresses a media cover-up. The same treatment was given the AI volume. Disappearances, a workbook, published in April 1981 and greeted with an almost total blackout in the U.S. mass media despite the distinction of AI and the human importance of the subject matter. Even more striking was the media's response to the first Latin American Congress of Relatives of the Disappeared, which was held in January 1981 in Costa Rica. This was a tremendously dramatic event, with heart-rending testimony presented by many of the 55 delegates gathered from 12 different countries of Latin America. Isabel Letelier, widow of the murdered former high official and Chilean economist Orlando Letelier, was present, as well as representatives of the Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo in Argentina. This Congress did not rate mention in the New York Times, Washington Post, or any other mass circulation newspaper, magazine or TV broadcast. If there were a Congress on the disappeared in the Soviet sphere that met in Paris, with mothers from many socialist countries gathered to testify on the disappearances of their children, and relating their personal agony and experiences with the Soviet bureaucrats of death, would the media look the other way? As it is, they search hard, as befits a free world free press, and come up with matters less shattering. On May 3, 1981, Anthony Austin had an article, entitled "Soviet Writer, Beaten Year Ago, Still Can't Work." Although there is an implication in the heading that this was the result of official action, and the article reports an earlier street attack on the same writer, as well as the failure of the Soviet press to report the incident, plus rumors of a plot based on Valentin Rasputin's candid writing, it turns out in the end the Rasputin is an establishment figure, who received a state award for literature in 1977, that his attackers were apprehended and imprisoned, and that there appears to be no evidence that either attack was anything more than the work of ruffians who picked on him by chance. Clearly we have here a news item of sufficient value to justify neglect of the 10 to 20 Guatemalan victims of official murder that occur on an average day. Less misleading is the item in the New York Times of April 13, 1981 entitled "Mother of Jailed Soviet Dissident." 18. Says he is being denied visitors. On October 13, 1980 the New York Times also gave space to a UPI report that Sharansky reported 111 after fall. Sharansky was the subject of still another article by Anthony Austin on March 5, 1981. Sharansky, one individual, has received more attention in the New York Times during the past 3 years than the aggregated several thousand disappeared in Latin America during the same time period. So has Andrei Sakharov. Both are genuine victims of injustice and oppression, and I do not denigrate their personal bravery and victimization. But thousands of humans of comparable bravery and worth have been tortured and murdered, have been victims of terror in its ultimate form, which Sharansky and Sakharov have not, but without hue and cry in the United States. I return to my original hypothesis, that the free press selects according to the preferences of domestic power interests, which are pleased to err and wax indignant over Soviet abuses, but wish to keep the now far more extensive violence of our client fascists under wraps. The broad purpose of this book is to show the nature, roots, and vast scope of the real terror network, and to examine the ways in which the magnificent propaganda machinery of the West has covered this over and substituted in its place a lesser, and frequently concocted, network that includes by careful definition and selectivity only those terrorists who are challenging important Western interests or who can be plausibly linked to its enemies. In Chapter 1, described the new semantics whereby the terror of mass murderers and torturers is defined as off the agenda, and I review briefly the history of the use of terrorism and Red Scares as a long-standing means of keeping labor and dissidents politically impotent. In Chapter 2, following a brief discussion of the reasons why a Red Scare was needed in the late 1970s and early 1980s, I examine the recent popular writings and government claims that try to support the notion of a Soviet-based network of international terrorism. It is shown that by the most elementary scientific standards these analyses not only disintegrate, but that they are also quite crude as pure propaganda. It is shown also that, even ruling out internal state terror and confining ourselves to cross-border terrorism, right-wing and state terrorism of the 19th free world is far more important than left and Soviet-linked terrorism. In Chapter 3, I describe the vastly larger network of state terror of the NSSs, which does not require resort to logic chopping, guilt-by association, and sources that should make the most gullible choke, for demonstration of an openly expressed common interest, purpose, and central support for the big terror. In Chapter 4, the means whereby the mass media of the West have provided a cover for the real terror network are examined. Chapter 5 provides a recapitulation, followed by a brief discussion of the causes of and remedies for terrorism. I have tried in this book to state my views straightforwardly, and without the usual gentility of language. This is because the issues are urgent, the cruelty and hypocrisy discussed here are mind-boggling, and I want these views to be heard. If this is not possible, for those who do read this book I want my position to be perfectly clear. Since the message is not one appealing to the mass media, according to my own analysis it will not be allowed to reach a mass audience in any recognizable form. The highest probability is that it will be ignored. Where not ignored it will be shown to be unscholarly, or it will be dismissed as unbalanced on the implicit principle that while it is appropriate to write about Gulag without mentioning the US-sponsored set of torture-prone clients, each critical work on the United States must take Gulag fully into account. This principle reflects pure political bias, and it manifests itself in a system of bias whereby criticism of the enemy can be unconstrained, criticism of ourselves must be mealy-mouthed. The United States, as the only true superpower after 1945, has had a greater impact on post-war evolution and deserves more credits and debits than any other country * as the world's greatest power, with exceptional influence over the flow of messages. Its debits have been played down. I present a major set of debits in this book. Let them be confronted squarely. 1. The semantics and role of terrorism. The new semantics. Terrorism, totalitarianism, communism, security. In his Politics and the English Language, George Orwell pointed out that in our time, political speech and writing are largely the defense of the indefensible, which, as he notes, creates a reaction analogous to a cuttlefish squirting out ink. One part of this ink is the use of euphemism, question-begging and sheer cloudy vagueness. This is nowhere better illustrated than in the evolving usage and reworking of words like terrorism, totalitarianism, communism, and security. Terrorism and international terrorism. Terror, according to the dictionary definition, is a mode of governing, or of opposing government, by intimidation. The problem for Western propaganda arises from the fact that the dictionary definition inconsiderately encompasses in the word terrorist Guatemala's Garcia or Chile's Pinochet, who clearly govern by the use of intimidation, but whose kindly ministrations in the interest of stability and security are best kept in the background. This calls for word adaptations that will exclude 21. 22. State terrorists and capture only the petty terror of small dissident groups and individuals. All the establishment specialists and propagandists do in fact ignore Garcia, Pinochet, and the South African government and concentrate on the lesser terror, by explicit or implied redefinition of terrorist. Walter Laqueur, who has academic tie and must therefore confront this problem directly, admits that terror has a wider meaning, and he titles his book Terrorism, not just the terrorism of dissidents, or the terrorism of the left. But he says, my concern in the present study of terrorism is with movements that have used systematic terrorism as their main weapon, others will be mentioned only in passing. Caret. The state he excludes from the class of objects called a movement, so that state terror is thereby defined away. He doesn't try to justify this in terms of importance in the whole spectrum of terror, he just happens to be interested in studying the same thing that the Reader's Digest, Time, David Rockefeller, and Generals Haig and Pinochet think is an appropriate subject. One might argue on purely technical grounds, however, that on Lequier's definition, the national security states represent the triumph of a movement or movements, given the extensive interconnections between them, their linkages to the U.S. military intelligence apparatus, their common ideology, and the frequency with which they have been products of right-wing conspiracies within national military establishments. The idea that all the lesser terrorists are properly designated movements whose main weapon is terror is also absurd, but Lequier has his political purposes, and the examination of smaller bits of illogic in his propaganda exercise need not detain us. The CIA is also obliged to define terrorism in its annual enumeration of patterns of international terrorism. How does it cope with the need to exclude Garcia and Pinochet? It does this by concentrating on international terrorism, not just plain terrorism. The CIA concept of terrorism itself is close to the dictionary definition cited above, and would include the state-organized violence of Guatemala and Chile. International terrorism, however, is defined as follows: terrorism conducted with the support of a foreign government or organization and/or directed against foreign nationals, institutions, or governments. Caret. 23. In short, if you use death squads to kill 7,000 of your own citizens, this is terrorism but not international terrorism. Unless, of course, you do this with the support of a foreign government. Now, in point of fact, U.S. government aid to, and support of, the police states of Brazil, Chile, and Guatemala, among many others, measured by role in origination, police training, military training, provision of military supplies, diplomatic and economic sustenance, and even the provision of the names of individuals to be picked up and interrogated as subversives. Caret exceeds by a huge margin Soviet support of the Irish Republican Army, PLO, or the Red Brigades. It will be shown in Chapter 3, and is suggested by a cursory inspection of Tables 3-3 and 3-4, that this is a real and substantial terror network. How does the CIA deal with this? By simply assuming, without the slightest discussion, that the United States is not supporting any official terrorists. Only Libya and the Soviet Union do this sort of thing. The United States only supports independent governments, protecting them against terrorists, by definition. This is a patriotic lie of enormous dimension, even though one which every government employs, and of course the CIA is an arm of government, long engaged in lying according to perceived needs of state. What is more interesting is that when the government propounds these lies in CIA reports, or when they appear indirectly in the writings of Claire Sterling, or the disinformation team of Robert Moss and Arnold de Borchgrave, who move without noticeable change in authenticity between dispensing handouts of intelligence agencies in the role of news analysts and as authors of explicitly fictional tales of communist conspiracies, the mass media accepts and dispenses them without question. Another analyst of terrorism, J. Bowyer Bell, also concentrates on the lesser terror, although in contrast with the purer extreme right propaganda of Moss and Sterling, Bell calls attention to the great diversity of motivation of the retail terrorists, distinguishing between psychotic and self-dramatizing individuals and those who are desperate because of social oppression, with legitimate grievances unfulfilled and possibly beyond fulfillment under unjust systems. Bell has the integrity to 24. Note in a book published in 1975 that others asked if the more recent use of American B-52s over Hanoi was an appropriate military exercise, while the Palestinian use of incendiary grenades in Rome was not. Why then are B-52 raids and state terror in the end excluded from Bell's analysis? He is never very clear. In part, it is a matter of definition. As with the CIA, Bell is interested in transnational terror and is therefore prepared to ignore internal state assaults on their own people. B-52 raids are transnational, but Bell also arbitrarily excludes warfare between states, even when based on aggression, and he shows a strange myopia in failing to see the extensive sub-rosa transnational terror long perpetrated by strong states against weaker neighbors. In the end, he is making a political choice of subject matter identical with that of Laqueur and Sterling, and one which makes his writing worthy of sponsorship by the American Enterprise Institute for Public Policy Research and the Hoover Institution on War, Revolution, and Peace. Bell also defends this choice on the ground that state terror has always been with us, and that somehow or other attention has usually focused on the lone assassin or the tiny band of conspirators. In other words, the mass media define what is important and justify Bell's focus. What makes this especially noteworthy is that Bell has been sharply critical of how the media's publicity has played into the hands of retail terrorists, giving them unreasonably elevated status and thus encouraging their activities. I have pointed out elsewhere that Bell makes a big mistake in failing to see how the media use the petty terrorists for their own purposes, and rarely if ever convey a message that puts the terrorists in any kind of favorable light. Happy face, but here Bell justifies his own focus in terms of a media attention that he himself has condemned as unjustifiable. Bell completes his rationale for ignoring state terror by arguing that, apart from open war, which he has ruled off the agenda, remarkably, such authorized terror on a transnational basis has rarely been employed. At least there have been few highly visible or highly successful operations. This was written after the Bay of Pigs affair and 15 years of small and large assaults on Cuba, just to mention one set of cases that Bell has succeeded in excluding from his vision. He has made a major error of fact here, and I will 25. Show in the next 2 chapters that cross-border state terror is substantially more important than the terror preferred by Bell and the Western mass media. Claire Sterling, Robert Moss, Senator Jeremiah Denton, and General Haig are less concerned with the nuances of definition. In Red Scare's past and present, for the less intelligent and more demagogic ideologues and propagandists, bad words like communist and terrorist become synonymous with anything repugnant to the demagogue. Denton, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Security and Terrorism, is clearly in this tradition, with terrorism including youth gangs snatching purses in Philadelphia, but it can be like the takeover of Afghanistan by the Soviet Union too. The only thing the word cannot encompass is something done by us or by a friend. This "if I don't like it, call it terrorism" definition is used by Alexander Haig and by many others as well. Terrorism is never explicitly defined by Claire Sterling, but in her book, The Terror Network, Pinochet, Videla, South Africa, and the death squads of Latin America are simply excluded without explanation, and in fact the intelligence services of these really major terrorists are primary sources for Sterling's stories regarding the lesser terror. Carefully excluding all terrorists of the right, retail as well as wholesale. Sterling throws all other lesser terrorists into a single pot, and without giving any numbers, or analysis by type, she employs a few facts, many unsupported claims of fact, and a steady flow of third-rate literary embellishments a la James Bond, to create an aura of foreboding suitable to a Reader's Digest /3% propaganda end. I will return to Sterling's semi-substantive discussion of the Red Terror Network in the following chapter. Totalitarianism, authoritarianism, and moderate autocracy. Another set of semantic adjustments developed to meet the current propaganda needs of the state is in the use of the words totalitarian and authoritarian. Totalitarian is a bad word, and cannot be used in reference to our friends. Accordingly, the mass media and the terrorism specialists permitted access to the 26. Mass media never apply it to allied third world fascists, for these, more benign words are used, like authoritarian or moderate autocrat. The irony of this bit of word management is that totalitarianism fits the NSS more snugly than it does enemy states such as Cuba and the Soviet Union. In Hannah Arendt's analysis, the use of secret police, informers, and systematic terror including torture and disappearances to intimidate and destroy all vestiges of organized resistance to elite rule, is a primary feature of totalitarianism. 3. So too is a simplistic and complete ideology which denies the rights of the individual, subordinated to a higher state purpose, and which postulates a permanent state of war between the forces of good and evil. These are prominent characteristics of the contemporary NSS and national security ideology, which reads like it was taken from a Nazi primer. One important element of classical fascism missing in the NSS is the strong effort to mobilize the masses to get them to identify with the state and its objectives. Classical fascism had a popular base, which Hitler and Mussolini tried to enlarge by public ceremonies and displays, patriotic orgies, and the like. The NSS, in contrast, has no popular base and rests on a groundwork of pure force and external support. Its occasional efforts to rally popular support have been half-hearted and ineffectual precisely because the ideology and organization of the NSS aims at depoliticizing a restive and threatening majority. Jorge Neff points out that repression and state violence in Chile, for example, were part of a carefully planned strategy to reduce the internal constituency in Chilean politics and to replace it by the functional incorporation of external constituencies, foreign consortia, the U.S. defense establishment and free world allies into the support system of the Chilean state. It is for this reason that I have called the NSS a sub-fascist system. Jaguaribe calls it a system of colonial fascism in recognition of its lack of the popular roots of classical fascism, its external support base, and its perfect design for the unconstrained exploitation of the majority of the population. The concept of totalitarianism was crudely serviceable before the mid-50s as a means of distinguishing Soviet Russia under Stalin from some of the lesser tyrannies of the West, but 27. With the death of Stalin, state violence diminished markedly, arbitrary terror declined, and there was a lessening of institutionalized anxiety. The Soviet Union is still a one-party and oppressive state, with a conservative and self-serving bureaucracy that severely restricts personal movement, controls the formation and activities of all organizations, and monopolizes all above-ground means of communication. But while the Soviet bureaucracy takes good care of itself, neither it nor the satellite leaderships of Eastern Europe ignore the welfare of the mass of the population as do the NSSs, where an active class exploitation of the majority is part of a system dynamic. As noted, also, arbitrary and extremely violent terror has sharply declined in the Soviet Union. Nowhere in the Soviet sphere is human torture employed on the scale found in a score of NSSs, and disappearances are not reported there at all. In the NSSs, on the contrary, terror is widespread in its ugliest forms, and its intent is to intimidate and create anxiety. Thus, Brazilian cities are notorious for street crime. A São Paulo public opinion poll of 1975 showed that more people were afraid of the police than of non-official violence. People's fear of the police diminished, however, as their income increased. 20. The former mayor of San Salvador, noting the regular use in El Salvador of hundreds of armed security personnel occupying a town, searching all the houses, taking into custody hundreds of people, most of whom are eventually released, says. The purpose of these operations is not crime prevention but rather to instill terror in the population as a whole. In this way people come to accept the violation of their human rights as something inevitable, a force that cannot be resisted. When the people are released from jail, the authorities act as if they were giving them a gift. By restoring their freedom. 2. The formerly conservative Catholic Church of Latin America constantly stresses the same point that security, as a good of the nation, is incompatible with the permanent insecurity of the people, marked by arbitrary repressive measures without possibility of defense. 28. Compulsory internments, unexplainable disappearances, degrading processes and interrogation and acts of violence done in the easy bravery of clandestine terrorism and infrequent and almost total impunity. 22. This captures the essence of the NSS, which is not moderately autocratic or moderately authoritarian. It is a full-fledged, technologically advanced, partly absentee-owned, immoderately authoritarian system that manifests some of the ugliest features of classic fascism and totalitarianism. That is why the Church, in a reactive process highly reminiscent of Nazi Germany, has risen up as the last institutional refuge of the majority against a 5/5/M of intimidation. The NSS represents and serves the interests of a tiny elite. Its economic policies of trickling up, enforced by the machine gun, are rationalized on the ground that growth in the long run will trickle down to the lower orders. This is a self-serving ideology designed mainly to allow the Western public to think well of themselves and their own country. It obscures the primary fact that in countries like Brazil, Chile, and Indonesia the majority are means to elite ends, they are not ends in themselves. When Somoza visited Costa Rica and was proudly shown some new educational facilities for the poor, he was impatiently uninterested. "I don't want educated people, I want oxen." 23. The honesty of this crude bully and mass murderer is refreshing after a dose of Jeane Kirkpatrick, and it expressed the true spirit of the NSS, whose function is to keep 200 million Latin Americans in the physical and moral state of oxen. As I show in Chapter 3, the NSS carries out this function well. By what roots do U.S. apologists for the NSS find Somoza, Pinochet et al. To be benign and worthy of our support? Basically, of course, it is that they are our friends and cooperate with us, and, as a last resort, while they may be bad, the communists are worse. Jeane Kirkpatrick's rationale for client fascism, for example, makes all these points. Somoza was a friend, the communists are bad. But she also puts our fascists in a more positive and appreciative light, downplaying their dependency and subservience and their insatiable looting, and essentially suppressing the extent. 29. And quality of their violence and its impact on the majority. On the question of looting, Kirkpatrick acknowledges with scholarly judiciousness that Somoza and the Shah enjoyed long tenure, large personal fortunes. 24. Note the absence of any invidious language, the honest and open admission of a naughty finger in the till, and the lack of any details on the size of the personal fortunes. The Somoza family, for example, owned the 24 largest companies in Nicaragua plus over 8,000 square miles of land. The suggestion that this property was appropriated from the general revenues is a misrepresentation of fact. It was also obtained by the regular confiscation of peasant lands by military force and by the murder of resisting peasants, the collection of bribe money for state favors, and any form of force and fraud one might want to name. According to Kirkpatrick, the traditional autocrats observe traditional taboos. But in countries like Uruguay, Chile, and Brazil, there had long been taboos constraining military intervention in public life. These were undermined under strong and deliberate U.S. influence, which encouraged the Latin American military to look upon themselves as a political elite of nation builders. 26. There had also been traditional limits on the violence imposed on incarcerated prisoners, taboos, and limits that were stripped away during the fascist counter-revolutions of the past 30 years. Amnesty International noted in 1974 in its report on torture that there is a marked difference between traditional brutality, stemming from historical conditions, and the systematic torture which has spread to many Latin American countries within the past decade. Happy face, this is a new condition, which violates traditional taboos. Kirkpatrick notes that both the Shah and Somoza occasionally, it is alleged, torture their opponents, and their police forces were said to be too harsh, too arbitrary, and too powerful. In short, they were traditional rulers of semi-traditional societies. Again we may note the extreme judiciousness. Only occasional torture was alleged. Kirkpatrick has not a stab shed to her scientific satisfaction that even occasional torture and harshness were actual facts. No numbers, no details, no mention of disappearances or the fact that harshness may involve killing and mutilation of men, women, 30, and children in large numbers. Kirkpatrick is a female podsnap. I don't want to know about it, I don't choose to discuss it. I don't admit it. Mr. Podsnap had even acquired a peculiar flourish of his right arm in often clearing the world of its most difficult problems, by sweeping them behind him with those words and a flushed face. For they affronted him. 29. Kirkpatrick also asserts that the traditional autocrats do not disturb the habitual rhythms of work and leisure, habitual places of residence, habitual patterns of family and personal relations, thus the miseries are bearable and people learn to cope. Such societies create no refugees. Happy face. Habitual patterns and family and personal relations would seem to be rather seriously affected when paramilitary forces knock on the door at 3 a.m., remove a family member by violence, and no further word is heard about this disappeared. On April 30, 198 nearly 2,000 grieving women, the mad mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, appeared to conduct their silent vigil outside the Argentinian government house for their missing children. They are among the hundreds of thousands of victims of random or calculated NSS violence who contest Kirkpatrick's benign picture. The claim that people learn to cope is in many cases demonstrably untrue. The thousands of children each year who die of malnutrition or untreated diseases did not cope, and it is partly a meaningless synonym for managed to survive, as in the phrase many Jews learned to cope in Buchenwald. The statement that such societies create no refugees is a blatant falsehood. The numbers that have fled from the NSSs of Latin America and the Caribbean in the last 2 decades are far in excess of 1 million, including, among others, some 250,000 from Argentina, 75,000 from Chile, over 200,000 from the Dominican Republic and 500,000 from Uruguay. 3. The fraction of the population that has left Uruguay is more than twice that for Cuba, although the publicity differential conforming to my hypothesis on press coverage of negative events in socialist and fascist states is such that many people are unaware of the huge exodus from Uruguay. A large fraction of the refugees from the NSSs have been scientists and other academics and 31. Professionals. The Latin American journalist Hugo Nera contends that there has been a deliberate and continent-wide lobotomization of intellect as the NSSs consciously encourage the exit of intellectuals with any tendency toward independence of political and social thought and not purchasable as subservient technocrats. 32 According to Uruguayan scholar and expatriate Mario Otero, one may fairly say that research in the natural sciences has disappeared in Uruguay. Happy face. Ex-HEUS physicist Joel Primack suggests that retrogression in all intellectual fields is acceptable in the NSSs, in part, because the only research necessary was for development and this could be obtained from abroad through multinational companies. These are cross-border refugees, and their numbers are large. But the specialty of the NSS and the really large numbers are to be found in the form of internal refugees. In Paraguay, Ecuador, Brazil, and elsewhere, literally millions of peasants have been dispossessed by force since 1964. Church sources estimate 7 million peasants forced off the land in Brazil alone since 1960. The NSS especially victimizes the poor, who are not able to afford external migration and would not be admitted abroad in large numbers anyway. In Nicaragua, for example, Lerner points out that with the spread of cattle ranches, peasants were forced off the land in brutal military campaigns, always waged on the basis of claims that the peasants were collaborating with a group of left-wing guerrillas. Happy face. Pushed in this fashion into jungle areas of Zelaya, many were left alone till roads were constructed, making this land interesting to those with power. The pattern of land evictions that had occurred elsewhere was repeated in Zelaya, and the same excuse, communist subversion. By mid-1978 some 600 peasants in Zelaya had been killed by government forces, according to the Capuchin missionaries. Near a riverfront area long occupied by peasant families, a National Guard commander arbitrarily authorized a large cattle rancher who was in favor to take over this land. The peasants were simply destroyed or dispersed by force of arms. Of the original 100 peasant families living on these lands, only 18 remained, the rest having fled or disappeared. This is the reality of the respect for habitual places of 32. Residents in the NSS. What Kirkpatrick calls traditional autocracy or moderate authoritarianism is neither traditional nor moderate. It has added modern methods to the most retrograde elements of traditional modes of spoliation and oppression. Thus, it has worsened a system long immoderate in both ends and means. With Jean Kirkpatrick, The rationalization of support for fascist terror is complete, by the following route: if somebody like Somoza is willing to be our friend, we have an interest in supporting him, as friends are desirable. It is possible that he is our friend because he behaves so outrageously to his own people that they would like to get rid of him. This may be so, but we cannot afford to be moralistic. If Somoza is especially vicious and alienates his entire population, he becomes totally dependent on us and thus even more reliable as our friend, thereby deserving more support. If the population under siege by our friend, and his US-trained National Guard, expresses a certain amount of hostility toward us for our long support of his looting and violence, this is ominous and ungrateful. If, furthermore, they have the audacity to seek weapons elsewhere, to offset those we provide Somoza, and which we deny to them, clearly they have provoked us beyond the point of endurance. If it is argued that he represents something close to the limit of terror plus abusive exploitation of the majority, which he regarded as oxen, Kirkpatrick has a further reply. We must be sympathetically tolerant of Somoza's terror right now, as he is under siege. In the long run, however, we may expect warm-hearted humanists like Jean Kirkpatrick, who represent the Judeo-Christian tradition, to exercise quiet diplomacy that will eventually strengthen the forces of decency that Somoza is unfortunately unable to display right now. He must use force now because people who take up arms against him, and who accept them from those abroad who will give them to them, are terrorists who are linked to Moscow. As communism is the worst, and we will work for humane values in the long run, it is regrettably necessary to help Somoza kill for the time being. As noted, this argument not only amounts 33 to apologetics for unlimited terror, it is complete in the sense that the worse the villainy, the less the indigenous support of our fascist friends, the more the consequent dependence on us, the greater the justification for our support. It is also complete in that any indigenous upheaval not under our control is by definition a case of terrorism, and if it reaches outside for protection, this helps support the original suspicions that it was not really indigenous but is yet another illustration of communist expansionism. Communism and security among Latin American elites, a peasant asking for a higher wage or a priest helping organize a peasant cooperative is a communist. And someone going so far as to suggest land reform or a more equitable tax system is a communist fanatic. There is no word or act suggesting the desirability of elite generosity toward the poor, or the need for education, organization, or material advance for the majority, that has not been branded communistic in Latin America in recent decades. The Pope himself, having urged both greater generosity and significant reforms on the local elites, was also denounced in Latin America as a tool of communism. 39 Since communism is the enemy, and peasants trying to improve themselves, priests with the slightest humanistic proclive, ity, and naturally anyone seriously challenging the status quo, are communists, they are also, by definition, enemies. In the national security state, enemies are evil, a threat to security, and must be treated accordingly. No form of violence is excessive in a war between the forces of good and evil. This is why in every NSS in Latin America, church people having any dealings that involve trying to elevate the status of the poor are suspect and potential victims of unlimited violence, as with Father Rice, described in the preface. Or as in the case of the Jesuit priest Rutilio Grande, a forthright supporter of peasant rights in El Salvador, who thereby aroused the furious hostility of local landowners. Rutilio Grande was shot to death, along with a teenager and a 72-year-old peasant, by bullets of standard police caliber, at a time when communications to the area of the triple murder were cut and police patrols were inexplicably absent. 34. Church people supportive of elementary rights obeisance have been murdered in every NSS. According to church sources, between 1964 and 1978 the Latin American Catholic Church suffered 935 politically based arrests, 73 cases of physical torture, 116 murders and disappearances, and 288 cases of forced expatriation. The church is a threat to the unconstrained and undemocratic power of a completely ruthless elite. U.S. businessmen and other members of the U.S. elite have a similar tendency to use communism as a linus blanket to justify any action suiting their interest. I recently encountered a U.S. business leader at a church discussion of the transnational corporation, a liberal business leader, who, while expressing the view that productivity enhancement was the primary business contribution to human welfare, nevertheless contended that businessmen should treat those around them with loving care. Asked about the NSS in Brazil, where he has a plant, he was regretful of the lack of loving care dispensed there, but the coup of 1964, he asserted, prevented communism. Wonderfully convenient. Naturally, the United States has a right to prevent communism wherever it rears its ugly head. Also, the term being a bit fuzzy, standards of proof here have an elasticity that stretches exactly according to need. The number of communists in Brazil in 1964 was small, communism had no significant organizational base, and the contention that Goulart was a communist is demagogic nonsense. Happy face, the fact is that U.S. officials were involved in talks with military conspirators about the threats posed by Goulart's predecessors, Quadrouche and Kubitschek, who were already asserting some small degree of independence from local elites and U.S. business and its support elements, and who therefore would have been found after the fact of a coup to have been communists. Communism is an enormously serviceable tool for achieving morally dubious goals under a morally acceptable cover. It is not acceptable to destabilize a country, overthrow its democratically elected government, and institute a reign of terror in order to lower taxes and wages for one's own multinational firms. It is necessary to put forward a higher moral imperative. When United Fruit was faced with the threat of a serious land reform, unionization, and higher taxes under the Arbenz government of 35. Guatemala in 1952 to 1954, it mounted a huge publicity campaign in the United States that carefully and deliberately played down its material interest, stressing instead the menace of the international communist conspiracy. The claim that Arbenz was subject to external communist discipline was a pure and cynical propaganda fabrication, but that did not interfere with its virtually unopposed institutionalization by the U.S. mass media. The Kinzer-Schlesinger study of the 1954 coup shows how the U.S. government and the press suppressed the inconvenient fact that the Arbenz government voted in the UN as a U.S. client, that despite a number of low-level officials and a small minority status in the Arbenz coalition that gave it access to Arbenz ear, the internal communist faction was viewed by State Department analysts as possessing relatively trivial power, that Guatemala maintained no diplomatic links with the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe, and that no shred of evidence ever turned up after the coup establishing a secret tie to the Soviets. The real worry of United Fruit and the U.S. officials that ran interference for this influential company was serious reform. Communism was the fabricated propaganda vehicle that mobilized public opinion for the huge subversive effort that was then in process. Juan José Arvalo, who preceded Arbenz as president of Guatemala, has even suggested that we distinguish between communism, spelled with AC, and communism, spelled with AK, the former referring to a real linkage to the international communist movement, the latter, advocacy of serious reform that would encroach on privilege. Communism is the handy cover for legitimizing intervention to prevent communism. A closely related service of communism is that it can be used as a proxy for exacting submission from a government and country that have acted contrary to our will. In the McCarthy era, individuals were compelled to name names as an act of humiliating surrender, in which error was acknowledged and integrity and political autonomy were compromised. The constant harping and focus on communism as regards Arbenz and Guatemala served the same role. He was invited to submit to denounce the communists, to sever his political connections with them, and to throw all of them out of office despite the fact that the 36 communists were only a small component of the Arbenz coalition. Giving way on this point would have hurt Arbenz internally, signaling defeat and loss of independence, fracturing his coalition, and weakening his support base. What is more, his submission would never have been quite enough for the United States without major programmatic adjustments, especially as regards the land reform that was the main object of United Fruit's efforts. The communist label was first attached to Arvalo and Arbenz merely by their legalizing unions. Arbenz would have been a communist just so long as he persisted in his mildly radical threats to United Fruit and otherwise failed to submit to the substantive demands of the superpower. It was a useful proxy for communism. Security is another beauty for rationalizing anything one wants, serving as a morally pure and highly elastic cover for more mundane interests such as the desire to obtain favorable terms on contracts to exploit resources, or the preference for non-union labor. The NSSs have the merit that, since the military elites that rule them have a weak or non-existent local base, and rely heavily on their external supporter, they must be very cooperative with the Godfather and its multinational corporate progeny. They provide security to Godfather and progeny but, regrettably, insecurity to the majority of the population. As church observers in Latin America reiterate about the NSS, security should not be the privilege of systems, classes, and parties. The state cannot sacrifice rights to guarantee private interests. Security, as the good of the nation, is incompatible with the permanent insecurity of the people. As this pattern of security-insecurity requires keeping the majority in a subservient and miserable condition, to the advantage of a small elite, it is possible that this quietly seething cauldron will one day explode. But the Godfather, progeny, and the local elites who invest heavily in Miami real estate and elsewhere abroad take a short view, hoping that the ultimate result of their lack of loving care applied to the multitude can be put off by terror or that they can get out before the deluge. 37. The Red Menace and its role. Terrorism and Red Scares, separately or in combination, have been long-standing features of the U.S. political landscape, recurring in roughly 25 to 30-year cycles from the Haymarket Affair of 1886 to Haig's demagoguery of 1980 to 1982. They have served an important role at home and abroad in helping the business community and national elite in their struggle against effective labor organization and reformist political threats, and in favor of unconstrained business domination, enlarged arms budgets, and imperial expansion. Red Scares have all been created and/or stoked by conservative interests and have served conservative ends. In all of them an attempt has been made to deny the indigenous roots of democratic upheavals and to smear them as foreign imports. Red Scares have all had the effect of weakening labor and reform movements by unleashing irrational forces that divert attention from real issues and cast doubts on the patriotism and purposes of unionists and reformers. Especially in their union-busting phases, the Red Scares have often featured violence and agents provocateurs, which have been used to justify draconic government intervention. Red Scares have all featured alleged radical conspiracies usually linked to some foreign power, whose existence and importance are proved by evidence that is partially or wholly fabricated. This evidence may be easily demonstrated to be false or defective, but during the age of terrorism the national media disseminate the required line without serious criticism, feature the fabricated and inflated claims as news, and contribute to the hysteria and cleansing of the dissident elements. Subsequently, and long after the Red Scare has taken its toll, it is discovered that the conspiracies were a mirage, that, as Levin remarks about the scare of 1919-20, millions of people had been induced to believe in and take drastic actions to counter a massive conspiratorial threat when no such threat existed. Happy face. As in the case of the gaps in our military arsenal of bombers, missiles, throwaway, and vulnerable windows discovered by the arms lobby whenever there is a perceived opportunity for a killing, the 38. Repeated discovery that weapons gaps and terrorist conspiracies were fraudulent never interferes with the media playing the same role in the next phase of EU need for a gap or terrorist scare. Late 19th century Red Scares, such as the Haymarket Affair of 1886 and the Pullman Strike of 1894, were offshoots of business-labor conflict and the business struggle to prevent unionization. The Pullman Strike involved significant violence, most of it carried out by thugs hired by the railroads, but, with the aid of the press, successfully attributed to the strikers. The press not only exaggerated actual and threatened striker violence, it disregarded the extreme intransigence of the railroads and their use of agent provocateurs, and the New York Tribune and other papers swallowed easily an anarchist plot to blow up the Capitol 5I. The Great Red Scare of 1919 to 1920 was less exclusively directed at the threat of union organization, but that was still a central feature. The war and inflation resulted in a great deal of turbulence, with labor seeking to maintain and improve its economic status by aggressive bargaining and strikes and by enlarging its organizational base. Business, on the other hand, wanted a return to pre-war or 19th century conditions of freedom from government interference, and, especially, freedom to deal with labor on a man-to-man basis. The steel and coal strikes of 1919 were broken with very powerful assists from well-stoked public fears of non-existent communist domination of unions. One historian of the Red Scare, Robert Murray, noted that the strategy of the steel industry was to convince the public that Bolshevism was the only strike issue. 52. Similarly, the coal strike was converted by a well-organized propaganda campaign into a virtual communist insurrection, and government officials, both state and federal, soon took up the cry of radicalism. The union itself was the real concern and object of attack of the business community, and it was by the effective equating of unions with radicalism that employers really made their devastating raids on the power of organized labor. Happy face. By means of a huge propaganda barrage, the general public was finally brought to believe that almost every union man was opposed to the American way of life and was the unworthy, if not deliberate, dupe of dangerous radicals. Happy face. 39. It is interesting to note that this equating of unions and radicalism occurred despite the fact that John L. Lewis, the leader of the coal miners, was bitterly anti-communist, and the union movement in general was dominated by individuals like Samuel Gompers, who believed in capitalism, the divine mission of the United States and the evils of communism. Gompers and other top labor leaders actively supported the post-war patriotic crusade and the campaign against domestic radicalism, but by the fall of 1919 they found that their vociferous anti-communism had produced a political environment in which even the wildest anti-union charges seemed believable. 56. These would hardly be the last time the anti-communism of the U.S. labor leadership helped consolidate the power of forces inimical to labor's interest. The media contributed greatly to the 1919 to 1920 hysteria by news bias, gullibility and blatant support of the business super-patriot attempt to discredit and injure labor. In the case of steel, the power of the steel companies allowed them to assume charge of the law enforcement agencies in many local communities, and the increasing violence was often the result of police belligerency or of insidious action on the part of steel representatives, including the extensive use of labor spies and strike breakers. Happy face. Planted documents were also put to good use, with labor spies reproducing copies of the Communist Manifesto and distributing them among the steel workers, for capture by the Department of Justice to demonstrate a red conspiracy. According to Murray, the ruthless methods employed by the steel companies were not described to any extent in the press. Instead, reports of riot disorders were written in such a manner as to make it appear that steel officials were always on the defensive against those who were attacking law and order. Newspapers dwelt mostly on the evidence of radicalism involved and related all other factors to it. The public, therefore, received a completely biased picture of the strike situation. The major newspapers also disseminated without serious question the most outlandish claims of conspiracies emanating from and controlled by Moscow. According to Attorney General Palmer, the radical alien movement dominated domestic radicalism and was itself a Moscow surrogate. Receiving orders directly. 40. From Lenin and Trotsky. This and similar rubbish was taken at face value, the New York Times reporting on January 4, 1920, with an objectivity applied 60 years later to equally cogent pronouncements of Haig and Company, that radical leaders planned to develop the recent steel and coal strike into a general strike and ultimately into a revolution to overthrow the government, according to information gathered by federal agents in Friday night's roundup of members of the communist parties. These data, officials said, tended to prove that the nationwide raids had blasted the most menacing revolutionary ploy yet unearthed. Business played the same game, as Murray notes. T.T. Brewster, chief spokesman for the coal operators, released to the press wholly untrue reports which claimed the coal strike was being undertaken on direct orders from Lenin and Trotsky and that Moscow Gold was financing the whole project. These tactics were successful. Unionism and reformism as well as any radical tendencies suffered major setbacks and the groundwork was set for the age of normalcy and the Great Depression. The Red Scare of 1947–1955, whose most famous symbol was Senator Joseph McCarthy, was less conspicuously oriented to the weakening of the Union movement, but that was one of its major consequences. The forces underlying McCarthyism were complex, but it was part of an anti-communist campaign that served elite interests well. The business community had lost power and prestige during the Depression and Second World War. It was disturbed by the rise of the CIO, New Deal pro-labor legislation, and other acts directly serving the interests of the working classes. In The Great Fear, David Cott notes that within the business community were elements that could never come to terms with the New Deal and saw in anti-communism a convenient weapon with which to smear progressive legislation and to weaken the power of organized labor. Happy face. In fact, at the end of World War II, the top business trade and lobbying organizations, the National Association of Manufacturers and U.S. Chamber of Commerce, were both very preoccupied with the menace of unions, socialism, and communism, which were looked upon as a continuum. External threats and opportunities also. 41. Called for a more business-oriented government. Anti-communism could serve, as it did in 1919 to 1920, to weaken the New Deal coalition and unions, and provide an ideological underpinning for a more aggressive foreign policy. Truman, Forrestal, Atchison, and a great many elite power interests got the post-World War II Red Scare rolling. McCarthy was the most notable representative of a later phase of this process, which from the viewpoint of some members of the elite got temporarily out of hand. McCarthy was originally sponsored by a group of Wisconsin businessmen, and he was always a hero for a sizable fraction of the business community, who appreciated the fact that his anti-communism was not contaminated by any vestige of reformism. His support from business waned when he began to attack the military establishment and the strongly pro-business administration of Eisenhower, which threatened to split the Republican Party. By then the predominant business view was that he had served his purpose in bringing anti-communism to the fore and keep the albatross hung around the neck of the new and fair deals. As if by a miracle, at that point McCarthy's pronouncements ceased to be reported as front-page news and fact. The Union movement was hard hit by the Great Fear, suffering from purges of members and its left-wing unions and party leaders, splits within unions, a general discrediting and suspicion of unionism in spite of its house-cleaning, and the passage of anti-union legislation that served to contain the growth of unions in succeeding decades. In 1919 to 1920 the Red Scare, although of shorter duration, contributed to more serious defeats for unionism. The unionization of the steel industry was forestalled till the New Deal era, and the union movement was kept in a completely impotent state during the 20s. In the Truman-McCarthy-Eisenhower era, the cleansed and somewhat weakened unions maintained their position as an interest group of some weight, able to extract political concessions as a junior partner in a new Cold War consensus. The dominant union leadership even served an active role thereafter in close collaboration with the CIA and business firms such as Grace and M.A. Hanna in infiltrating and splintering Third World labor organizations and setting them up for happy face. 42. Right-wing coups that terminated both independent unionism and any labor voice in national affairs. The Red Scare of 1947–55 also decimated the ranks of dissenters in the mass media and strengthened pressures toward conformity of opinion in the culture at large. The FBI, HUAC, McCarthy, the Legion, and the various blacklisting services that arose in the time of the Toad served as enforcers, with the cooperation of employers, unions, and the press, in insisting on loyalty to a particular anti-communist ideology, not to any principles of democracy, civil rights, equality, or spirit of humanity or brotherhood, as the condition for acceptability and sometimes employment. Under this assault, many liberals who did not already accept anti-communism as the criterion and value, and many already did, were either cowed into submission or opportunistically became anti-communists with a fervor that often exceeded that of the enforcers. Thus, when the last democratic government of Brazil was swallowed up by a coup, the Kennedy liberals in Washington were ecstatic at the triumph of democracy over communism. The Great Fear, in short, helped institutionalize an aggressive anti-communism that could convert every popular upsurge in the Third World into a communist threat and make a totalitarian overthrow of democracy a triumph of democracy itself. The Truman-McCarthy era was also notable for the rise not only of the informer, but the lying informer. It was important to the enforcers to show that certain hated individuals were communists or linked to communists, and, as in all Red Scares, Moscow Gold and Orders, and Moscow's plans to conquer the world, had to be put on the record. Eventually, informers were produced who would provide the desired information, spun out of the whole cloth. As their lying was useful, the growing number of perjurers for the FBI were regularly protected by the government. Recanting witnesses became numerous and demonstrated perjury extensive in 1954, but prosecution for perjury of government witnesses was confined almost entirely to those who claimed that they lied on government instruction. Marie Natvig, who had been a witness for the FCC in a case involving a broadcasting license for Edward 43. Lamb, originally made the outlandish claim that Lamb had told her in 1936 of his plans to seize the communications industry and create an insurrection of the armed forces. In early 1955 Natvig recanted, alleging that her lies had been provided by the FCC prosecutor. She was convicted of perjury and jailed. Two other FCC witnesses retracted evidence, claiming coached lying. Harvey Matiso, who had provided numerous and convenient details on conversations involving alleged communists who were under government attack, also recanted, and he also got a stiff jail sentence for lying that he lied. As David Cott points out, the informers as a group made a living out of pretending to an encyclopedic knowledge of the communist movement across the face of a vast country. On a nod from prosecutors, they sold hunches or guesses as inside knowledge, supporting their claims with bogus reports of conversations and encounters. Cott also notes that invention was in any case the specialty of renegades, who traded heavily on mounting American popular fears of Soviet military aggression. Crouch was full of detailed Soviet invasion plans. During the Foley Square trial, Charles W. Nicodemus, who had left the CP 3 years earlier, testified that the party planned to coordinate its revolutionary putsch with a Red Army invasion through Alaska and Canada. Soviet émigrés like Viktor Kravchenko, Alexander Barmine, and Igor Bogolpov were always ready to delight congressional committees with the wildest inside stories of diabolical Kremlin plots. Happy face, it took the Free Press years to start lifting the lid on outright perjury and coached disinformation, and the assumptions of the Red Scare were never seriously questioned. Thus, the Great Fear was effective in creating an ideological groundwork for rearmament, Vietnam, and the spread of the national security state in the U.S. sphere of influence. 44. Terrorism and the Red Menace never die, they merely ebb and flow in accordance with the propaganda requirements of the moment. The era of McCarthy and the Great Fear was associated not only with a need to roll back Union power and welfare state advances, but also with perceived elite needs for rearmament and a forward policy abroad, most vividly expressed in the Truman Doctrine, with its Orwellian complement in the concept of containment. The United States was containing somebody else as it established 3,000 overseas bases and made one of the most dramatic external advances in power since the era of the Roman Empire. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, new terrorist networks and red menaces were called into play once again to serve the traditional functions, as we shall see in the next chapter. The U.S. role in the Third World. The United States was uniquely powerful in 1945, in sole possession of nuclear weapons, its leading rivals defeated or devastated in victory. It moved quickly and steadily into the power vacuum left by receding colonialism, engineering the displacement of European and Asian colonial powers by clients and strenuously resisting radical changes and nationalistic movements threatening Western control. This conformed exactly to the demands of major U.S. economic interests, long desirous of an open door to sales and investment and access to raw materials and other economic opportunities. One difficulty quickly apparent was that anti-colonial, democratic, and nationalistic movements within the Third World were not reliably cooperative about opening doors, permitting easy Western access to markets and raw materials, and accepting integration into the Western political economy. The result was very extensive and systematic U.S. and other Western support of more amenable regimes designed to meet Western criteria of stability. But the very process of installation of these regimes as well as their subsequent behavior contradicted each element of the conventional U.S. ideology, which claimed our devotion to democracy, self-determination and human rights. How are the value claims and the reality to be reconciled? As we saw earlier, the conventional reconciliation takes the form of a negative: we do not actively pursue our interests in the face of threatening. 45. Indigenous reform and social change which must be fended off, rather, we simply oppose an alien international conspiracy. While this kind of self-serving rationalization can impress those needing balm to salve their consciences, and has great propaganda value, the real answer and true reconciliation lies in a priority system in which the liberal and humane values rank low. To be more precise, the operative principles dictating U.S. support and hostility in the Third World have been business criteria first, military convenience second, and any humanistic considerations third, and thus effectively irrelevant. In fact, they are less than irrelevant: they are in conflict with the first two criteria, and therefore when we get to practical situations, as in Brazil 1960 to 1964, humanizing forces like church activists, educators, and union organizers become threats. The evidence is overwhelming that political violence in all its worst forms has grown enormously under U.S. auspices. Since 1945, exactly as would be expected on theoretical grounds. I describe this in some detail in Chapter 3, on the Real Terror Network. Since these ugly facts fly in the face of the ideology of U.S. benevolence, the ideologists have had to run hard to provide cover, as is described in Chapters 2 and 4. 2. Contemporary terrorism, the lesser and mythical terror networks. The demand for a new Red Scare. A new Red Scare in the form of a Soviet-backed international terror network has been vigorously pushed in the United States during the past decade, reaching new heights in 1980-1998. It was badly needed by the forces of the right. One effect of the Great Society and Vietnam War was to stimulate populism, the belief on the part of many formerly apathetic people that they had legitimate claims that could be pursued both in private bargaining and in the political arena. Protest and demands extended from civil rights marches and war protests to more material claims on the part of the poor, the disabled, the old, women, Indians and others. Establishment spokesmen expressed open dismay at the weakening of traditional restraints on the masses, and their assertive demands to share political power with the elite. We saw in the last chapter that a durable method by which the U.S. business and upper class contends with such problems is by means of a refurbished Red Menace. The threat of a democracy working too well was strongly felt by the business community during the 1960s and early 1970s in its inability to contain either the steady growth of social regulation. 47. 48. Or the tendency to use public expenditures and taxes for broadly based social ends. Leonard Silk and David Vogel described in their 1976 survey Ethics and Profits, the crisis of confidence in American business, the extent to which the business community was in rebellion against its perceived loss of control, the rising tide of entitlements, and the painful hand of government as regulator and redistributor of income downward. A second factor influencing the U.S. elite has been the Vietnam Syndrome. The effect of the Vietnam War debacle, and the closely associated Watergate affair, was to discredit the anti-communist ideology and the military establishment and thus to inhibit U.S. freedom to intervene abroad by military force. This was reinforced by relative economic decline and economic problems that brought home the economic burden and limits of U.S. military power. Soviet military advances toward parity also threatened U.S. freedom of action as the only global policeman and hegemonist. These developments were anathema to important sectors of the national elite, who have been fighting hard since the last helicopter took off from Saigon in 1975 to reverse a public psychology that has limited our willingness to do elsewhere what we have done for freedom in the Philippines, Guatemala, Chile, and Zaire. With the 1980 election of a right-wing business surrogate, an acceleration of red scaring was assured. Given the Reagan program of massive transfers of benefits from the poor to the rich, and the great expansion in government outlays for high-technology waste, there is only one foolproof means of inducing the victimized population to accept such losses, showing a need for us all to sacrifice in the face of an implacable aggressor. Reaganism has also meant a sharp elevation in the status of a new class of right-wing ideologues spawned by the Cold War, militarization, and anti-communism. It is these elements, long dominant in the military intelligence apparatus and in right-wing think tanks and journals, that have been spiritually close to the national security states, their ideology and leadership, and most understanding of the need for wholesale terror. The liberal establishment has been actively involved in U.S. sponsorship of the NSS, and has 49. Provided an important cloak of respectability to the system of state terrorism, but it has done this to some extent under the pressure of unyielding political, economic and anti-communist ideological imperatives, and with qualms. The forces now in power actually like the torturers, and rush to their defense as a hen runs to protect her chicks. We must therefore expect not only a more aggressive policy of arming and otherwise supporting the NSS, whose leaders and cadres will now be much freer to rip out fingernails, we must expect an intensified ideological cover. The classic ink thrown out by the pro-fascist cuttlefish is the red menace, the implacable aggressor. The Soviet Union is the best available implacable aggressor, and the Reagan-Haig-Pinochet-Viola team is making a determined effort to show that all communists under the various beds are linked to Moscow, directly or through surrogates. The disinformation specialists have long since gone to work and produced the required linkages and surrogates, and they have been given enough space by the free press, with criticism kept sufficiently in the distant background, to clear the ground for a greater defense establishment to meet the implacable aggressor. I turn now to a brief look at some of these disinformation efforts. The Protocols of the Elders of Moscow. Claire Sterling's The Terror Network can be examined at two levels: as a cynical and opportunistic piece of propaganda that serves a classic Red Scare purpose, or as a document to which rules of scientific evidence may be applied. It is highly significant that a book which cannot be taken at all seriously at the second level, as I will show below, is, nonetheless, a bestseller, heavily and uncritically featured by the leading media enterprises, both liberal and conservative, and allowed to define reality for the general public. In each important historical case of institutionalization of Red Scare myths, intellectual rubbish proclaiming the myth has been pushed front and center, and contrary opinions and serious attacks on the myth have been kept in the background or suppressed. Red Scare analysts have pointed out that this near unanimity in the mass media and vocal support by prestigious government and business sources has been critically important in making myths believable to the general public. *50. As James Corey notes, Sterling's The Terror Network is essentially a right-wing fairy tale, that no more proves a Soviet-controlled terror network than it proves the existence of an Easter bunny. The style is of a work of propaganda, breathless, smug, mainly working over individual episodes with full drama tics, each stripped of any historic or political context, with knowing little touches added of coincidences from which large inferences can be hinted at. The terrorists are always precision-tooled, everything is carefully engineered, with colossal weaponry, inexorably advancing towards single-minded objectives. Hay dominated the world scene between 1970 and 1980, Fright decade I yet for all this Sterling's terrorists are almost always wiped out, for reasons unexplained. In what sense did the terrorists dominate the scene? In numbers of people killed? In seriousness of abuses committed? In bringing about political change? In receiving media publicity? Sterling does not say. In speaking of the colossal weaponry and precision-tooled methods of the retail terrorists of the left, she says that they even have ground-to-air heat-seeking missiles that can knock a moving plane out of the sky from 6 miles away. Part of their working kit. Carrot. Who has these? Where? How many? Where have they been used? How does their technology compare with that of the police? Not a word that would give this phrase substance. We learn that the retail terrorists got intensive training in prisoner interrogation. Do they use torture? Do people die under torture by retail terrorists? How do their interrogation methods stack up with those used in Chile by the police? Nothing, just a passing phrase on prisoner interrogation that constitutes a lie by indirection. Sterling has this remarkable property that if you take a sentence virtually at random and analyze it, you find that if she tries to make a substantive point, that point is either false or misleads by suppression of relevant context. It was 3 years before the opening of the terrorist decade when Fidel Castro's companion in arms died in wretched obscurity in the Bolivian Andes. Apparently the terrorist decade started precisely on January 1, 1970, but note the suppression in this rhetorical flourish. Guevara did not just die in obscurity, he was taken 51. Prisoner and then murdered in cold blood. A small point, but a display of sterling quality. She then quotes Guevara, inaccurately on the need to become cold but selective killing machines, suppressing a large context of fact. This was 1966 with the US killing machine working full blast in Indochina and ignoring Guevara's analysis and careful explanation of why the repressive forces led by the United States are likely to continue their brutalities and will simply not permit Latin America to liberate itself through peaceful means. On Guevara's lack of success in Bolivia, she says not a word about conditions in Bolivia, but remarks that the peasants ran away at the sight of Guevara. Carrot. Now why should peasants run away from him and his tiny band, who were not reported to have committed the slightest violence against peasants? Sterling does not say, but implies that it was because of the direct threat posed by Guevara. But it was the indirect threat that bothered the peasants. Throughout Latin America, counterinsurgency has frequently led to wholesale massacres of peasants who have anything to do with guerrillas, or even those in their general vicinity. Peasants are, with very good reason, far more often scared of their free world protectors than of guerrillas. Sterling protects the official torturers of Latin America mainly by massive suppression, but the small tricks she uses when these must be mentioned are illuminating. One is to make the military merely responsive to the influence of others. A second is the rationalization that, well, that's what military people always do. Ho-hum, what do you expect torturers to do but torture? Why should we get moralistic about such matters? A third device is straightforward lying. She argues, for example, that in Uruguay and Brazil, the military were called in or were provoked, they never took any initiatives, never had interests of their own that they were pursuing, and they themselves never provoked anybody. She mentions the murder of Dan Mitrian in Uruguay, failing to point out that he was an instructor in torture and a torturer, that death squads were already in existence killing 52 dissidents regularly, and that the Tupamaros, who she says, murdered with increasing clarity of intent, were being tortured and killed with increasing clarity of intent. Langguth points out, moreover, that in their early years the Tupamaros did not try to maim or kill. Their bombs were only noisy public relations devices to introduce themselves. When the Tupamaros did appear in public, they took the guise of public benefactors. An excellent case can be made that Tupamaros killings followed and were provoked by U.S. sponsored torture and counterinsurgency operations. The Tupamaros deliberately killed democracy. According to Sterling, the army merely did what armies do in such situations. And got results. Of course, the only fact that is clearly observable, and the only one that Sterling knows, is that the army killed democracy, that the Tupamaros wanted such an outcome, and that they were not themselves reacting to increasing provocations of the military security establishment, is a premise of the fairy tale. It is a curious fact that the Tupamaros wanted something that destroyed them, and that the purely responsive army happened to do that which served their advantage quite nicely. Sterling never mentions that the merely provoked intelligence military establishment didn't stop killing and torturing after the Tupamaros were completely eliminated. Just a bunch of little old torturers doing their thing. Sterling on Brazil involves even more brazen lying, even though she touches on Brazil very lightly. She mentions it only because she repeatedly asserts that Mariela's mini-manual on urban terrorism was revolutionary scripture during the Fright Decade. What about Mariela himself? She notes, finally, that he was killed, and that his urban revolutionary efforts in Brazil failed. He never got past the stage of provoking the militarists into intensified repression, whereby they have retained power ever since. 2. In this small masterpiece of deception, Sterling fails to mention that Mariela's manual was written, and that his resort to guerrilla warfare occurred only after a military coup and savage repression, and after all democratic options had been totally foreclosed, and in an environment previously quite free of any terrorism of the left. But having suppressed the facts on the original source of terrorism in Brazil. 53. This dishonest person has the audacity to make Mariela the provoker of further repression. Notice the phrase whereby they retained power ever since. The generals would presumably have given up power if only the terrorist Mariela, appearing for unexplained reasons, hadn't provoked them to do what generals and torturers always do when provoked. Most of Sterling's book consists of assertions and generalizations of the sort just discussed, loaded with distortions by omission and with a great deal of psychologizing based on nothing but Sterling's say-so. Periodically she throws in quotations and references that attempt to give a scholarly aura to her work. As Levin describes the famous Lusk Report, and other classic works in the pseudoscience of terrorism, the data is presented without any effort, serious or otherwise, to evaluate its validity or relevance. Generalizations and conclusions, unsupported by data, are sprinkled throughout. The pseudo-scholar proceeds to laboriously accumulate vast numbers of details and documents. Some of the details and documents refer to facts. Some of the details are fiction. Nothing remains unexplained. Simultaneity is taken as proof of cause and effect, historical forces set in motion by the mere will of a few monstrously evil but brilliant men. They pull puppet strings, and duped and compliant millions act out their will. This describes Sterling's book, with its details and coincidences, its footnotes, and its conclusions based on a great leap of the imagination from the prior assumptions and the scattering of real and concocted fact. A great many of Sterling's details come from intelligence sources, and a large fraction of the remainder are from right-wing propagandists like de Borchgrave, Michael Ledeen, Moss, Michael Crozier, and others, who all rely heavily on one another or on intelligence sources. Connor Cruz O'Brien observes that this intra-right-wing citation process may involve a great many nominally different sources tracing back to only one, producing a cumulative effect on the unsuspecting reader through a kind of echo chamber. Asterisk. Even more important is the high probability. 54. That this one source may be contaminated may be a product of an agency whose function is imaginative lying to create a desired disinformation result. O'Brien points out that Sterling consistently assumes that anything she is told by her Western intelligence sources must be true. Her copious but naive footnotes often refer to unnamed intelligence sources, whose veracity she simply takes for granted. This is not quite correct. She only assumes that those facts and allegations were correct that fit her fairy tale. She complains, in fact, that intelligence sources throughout Western Europe, in cowardly fashion, possibly themselves infiltrated by the KGB, steadfastly deny the Soviet terror network. but she can always rely on the more atavistic intelligence sources of Chile and South Africa for agreement with her big picture and for provision of any required details. Diana Johnstone contends that Sterling are not simple products of the CIA, but, on the contrary, represent the more right-wing elements of the Western intelligence community, close to Dina and Boss, elements which are striving for greater freedom of action and possibly control of other intelligence agencies. Sterling's methodology also has the pseudoscientific property, as described by Diana Johnstone. The more important an alleged fact is to her argument, the more mysterious and unreliable its source. For example, the very keystone of her terror network is a Tucumán plan, supposedly drafted under KGB supervision in Argentina's Tucumán province in May 1975 and discovered by Argentinian police the following winter in a safe house of the ERP, a Trotskyite terrorist band. The plan called for rounding up the Tupamaros and 3 other Latin American guerrilla bands to create a Latin American Europe brigade of 1,500 qualified Latin American terrorists to go off to Europe for an orchestrated assault on the continent. The usual documented footnote for this whopper explains that the contents of these incriminating reports discovered by Argentinian police were told to me by one of the best informed intelligence analysts in Europe. I-7. 55. Johnstone shows that this best-informed analyst is surely Robert Spike Moss, the prince of disinformation, and that there is no evidence anywhere that she got the information from anybody else. Johnstone then points out the still more fundamental fact that even if she heard it from 100 analysts, the original source was the Argentinian police, the same police whose death squads were then in their heyday, kidnapping and murdering countless unionists, lawyers, Peronists, and liberals, members of parliament and Catholic nuns, all of the victims promoted to terrorists for the occasion. And these murders and disappearances were so numerous and so blatant that European officials were growing uneasy and even critical. To forestall such criticism, Argentine authorities took the line that they were defending the West from a terrorism that also threatened Europe. The Tucumán plan would seem to offer much needed evidence to support this line. Sterling accepts this politically utterly implausible story, leaked from a notoriously motivated and unscrupulous source, as gospel. The other major piece of evidence of a Soviet plot to sponsor a retail terror network is the claim made by a Czech defector, General Jan Seďana, who according to Sterling, fled Czechoslovakia in 1968, a jump ahead of the invading Soviet army. 9. According to Seďana, the KGB set up camps in Czechoslovakia starting in 1964 to train terrorists for European operations, including members of the Red Brigades and others whose names he provided to Michael Ledeen in an interview in 1980. Curiously, although this would seem important information if true, Seďana never got around to mentioning it till the 1980 interview, which was published in a right-wing Italian journal. Also, contrary to Sterling, Johnstone points out that Seďana got out of Czechoslovakia well before the Russians. He was implicated in a top-level corruption scandal and left the country in the process of a democratic cleanup during the brief Prague Spring. This evidence is vintage terrorist pseudoscience. Whenever Sterling tries to show the subservience to Moscow of specific retail terrorist groups of the left, the closer one looks the less the plausibility. In Italy, the flimsy links of the Red Brigades to Moscow through Czechoslovakia run up against the indigestible fact of furious hostility between the Red Brigades and the large Italian Communist Party. The Red Brigades actually preferred Enrico Berlinguer, head of the CP, as a kidnapping victim, but settled for Aldo Moro as second best. Moro himself was an important figure in Italy at the time of his kidnapping and murder, partly because he was central to ongoing negotiations for a great compromise that would have reintegrated the Italian CP into mainstream politics. That the Soviets would be managing, or even giving substantial aid and comfort to, a group trying to discredit and weaken the largest fraternal party in Western Europe is extremely implausible, far-fetched even for terrorism pseudoscience. Given the continuing hostility of the U.S. leadership to all such efforts at legitimizing the CPS of Europe, a CIA role in Red Brigade shenanigans would at least be more rational than Moscow support. A close look at Sterling's methods as applied to a specific terrorist group is given by Conor Cruise O'Brien in his examination of her proof that the provisionals of the Irish Republican Army are Soviet proxies. The provisionals got some arms from Eastern Europe, but O'Brien points out that they got some from the United States as well. The provos also have some ties with other terrorist organizations. But how does Sterling show that the provos are ultra-left Marxists? By putting forward a few selected quotations of statements made by two fringe members of the provos while in Italy, as quoted by an Italian revolutionary journal. There are many other statements that could have been quoted that would convey a quite different impression, but Sterling locates the few that convey the message she prefers. O'Brien comments. Claire Sterling assumes that the Italian interview constitutes the real, the esoteric doctrine, while provost statements in America etc. are merely exercises in deception. This is a gratuitous assumption, and a false one. The provos, like other people in similar positions. 57. Choose horses for courses, so when they want support from foreign Reds they send someone who can present the provo cause in terms foreign Reds are wholly to fancy. To New York, on the other hand, they send a good Irish Cato HC Republican. But and this is the fact that Claire Sterling gets inside out, it is the good Catholic who is for real. The people who are being conned are the foreign Reds carrot. As one who knows a great deal about, and has little sympathy for, the provos, O'Brien's further and closing remarks on Sterling are worth quoting. In short, as far as the provisionals are concerned, Claire Sterling has got it all hopelessly wrong. She could only fit the provisionals into her pattern by misunderstanding them, and she has misunderstood them, comprehensively. Instead of trying to understand the phenomenon first in its own peculiar historical and local context and then seeing how it may relate to the rest of her subject matter, what she has done is to jump at quotations and other bits that seem to suit her thesis, and then assume that these handy bits constitute the key to understanding the phenomenon as a whole. Sometimes she bends a particular bit to fit another bit. Thus she claims that Irishmen and others were trained in Libya by Cubans and East Germans in, among other things, underwater warfare and how to be frogmen. And she goes on, whether a coincidence or not, the IRA used frogmen to blow up Lord Mountbatten on his fishing boat. It is neither a coincidence nor not a coincidence. It is just plain wrong. Frogmen were not used for that. Murder. Point 2. The Soviet network propagandists all rest their case heavily on the Soviets' use of surrogates or proxies. Libya, Cuba, and the PLO are Soviet surrogates, so that whatever they do is done on behalf of their master. Sterling, Moss, and company use these terms with great assurance, but never stop to define them or to discuss the details of why and how the Soviet controls these. 58. Alleged proxies, if they control them at all. Are Libya and the PLO as closely linked to the Soviet Union as Brazil and Chile to the United States? The question does not arise for a Moss or Sterling. One obvious difference. Gaddafi was not installed in power with significant or decisive assists from the Soviet Union. If the Soviet Union does not control these surrogates, but supports them because of some common interest, their terrorism may be carried out independently of, possibly even contrary to, Soviet desires. Thus the question of degree of control or influence is important and worthy of discussion. None of the three major surrogates allegedly controlled by the Soviet Union are controlled to the degree it controls, say, Czechoslovakia where, as in the case of Brazil and Chile, the external power played an important role in the counter-revolution and Soviet influence declines from Cuba to Libya and the PLO. Cuba, driven into Soviet arms by the U.S. boycott and continuous U.S. hostility and intervention, is economically dependent, but still retains at least some autonomy while trying to maintain warm relations with its benefactor. Western propaganda always presumes that Castro's actions abroad are a response to Soviet discipline. But even in Angola, for example, the former head of the CIA's operations there, John Stockwell, stated that after the war we learned that Cuba had not been ordered into action by the Soviet Union. To the contrary, the Cuban leaders felt compelled to intervene for their own ideological reasons. 22. Stockwell points out that, moreover, the Cuban policy in Angola was consistent with Cuba's ideology and its international stance. Our Angola program, like the previous Bay of Pigs and Operation Mongoose War against Castro, was a direct contradiction of our public policies, making it essential that we keep the American public from knowing the truth. The Cubans weren't ashamed of their program and they didn't need to hide it from their own people, or from the world press. 23. As regards Latin America, the Castro as Soviet surrogate theory has been contradicted for years by the fact that Soviet Latin 59. American policy has accommodated quite cynically to an ugly status quo, in sharp contrast with Castro's hostility to that status quo. Libya is far more independent of the Soviet Union, and its classification as a proxy or surrogate, implying that its behavior is a function of Soviet orders, is unsupported and implausible propaganda. Libya has bought a lot of weaponry for cash and has received some military training and diplomatic support from the Soviet Union. Gaddafi has, however, denounced the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, even during his visit to Moscow, and he has not only rejected Soviet requests for naval bases, he has also claimed territorial water rights inconvenient to Soviet as well as to U.S. maritime interests. His militant Islamic ideology is anathema to the Soviet leadership. He seeks Soviet support with reluctance, under the pressure of open U.S. threats. If the Soviets are willing to support him, it is because he splinters a hostile Arab bloc of states and because his own isolation pushes him into a tentative reciprocal relation with them. Only an enormously biased press could convert this marriage of convenience into a control-surrogate relationship, with his terrorism accepted as a product of Soviet orders. The same point may be made as regards the PLO, a splintered group, whose supporters include Saudi Arabia as well as the Soviets, and whose more extreme groups espouse aims in the Middle East different from those of the Soviet Union. The Soviets support the PLO partly on ideological grounds as self-proclaimed leader of the oppressed, partly to build support among Arab nationalists and preserve a slim and weakened position in the Middle East. In the Sterling view, the international terrorists controlled from Moscow are trying to destabilize Western democracies. As many of these retail terrorists are extremely nationalistic and would appear to be pursuing local ends, the idea that they all have the global objective of destabilizing Western democracy is CLAS. 60. Sick terrorists pseudoscience, resting, as in the Lusk Report and other Red Terror constructs of the past, on carefully selected facts and the final imaginative leap. The Provost case illustrates the data selection process. The imaginative leap is to a mysterious Soviet power of discipline and control that produces the common destabilization purpose. But even ignoring the false assumption of Soviet control, is this objective of destabilization compatible with Soviet methods and interests anyway? There is a long tradition of Leninism that regards terrorism as a form of infantile leftism, and Stalin went far in extracting any revolutionary teeth from foreign communist parties. The Soviet Union has been opportunistic in its relation to left parties and groups abroad, but its main external thrust, as manifested in the behavior of the communist parties closest to Moscow, has been conservative. These parties have increasingly striven to work within the system and have opposed destabilization tactics and disruptive groups rather consistently. The French Communist Party fought the student-based upheavals in France in 1968, and the Italian Communist Party, as noted, has been furiously hostile to the Red Brigades. As a general proposition, it can be said that retail terrorist groups in the West have been splinters from orthodox communist parties or have been otherwise contemptuous of and hostile to the CP. If these conservative CPS are reflecting Moscow's interest, how can one claim Moscow's connivance in general destabilization? Of course, Moscow could be pursuing détente stabilization at one level and destabilization at another, but since the latter weakens the force of the former and is contrary to traditional Soviet hostility to adventurism, the destabilization strategy requires solid evidence. This skepticism is strongly reinforced by the fact that destabilization of democratic societies in the West appears to be quite contrary to Soviet interests. Destabilization would most likely bring into power rightist regimes more violent and more hostile than their predecessors. The Soviet leadership has been pressing for détente for many years because the military burden of the arms race is extremely heavy to the poorer country. Furthermore, it has been technologically backward in many fields and has been seeking trade and technological exchange for urgent economic reasons. Efforts to destabilize would damage Soviet efforts along these lines. 61. In the Third World, Soviet interests and intentions are more ambiguous. Part of the Soviet moral resources in the world arises from its claim, as the leading socialist state, to leadership and support of the oppressed. It can justify aid to the NLF in Vietnam, SWAPO in Namibia, and the indigenous Nito-led rebels of Angola, to take just three examples, on the grounds that the movements supported were popular, were resisting an oppressive old order, or were fighting against aggression from without. If the Soviets failed to support such movements, they would lose face and status as leader of the anti-imperialist bloc. Of course, the bias of the Western media is so huge that Soviet and Cuban aid to an indigenous movement against an ancient colonialism in Angola, or against South African efforts to destabilize the successor regime, is a priori aggressive and evidence of Soviet expansionism. U.S. journalists like Hugh Sidey can blandly infer Soviet aggressive intent by merely noting its audacious provision of aid to Vietnam in the face of our decision to smash that distant country into submission. Happy Face, Laquier even refers to Polisario, a liberation movement indigenous to a land which they want to control, as terrorists in relation to an invading Morocco that has been supported by the United States. 25. These premises of the natural right of the West to intervene anywhere on its own terms, and the inappropriateness of any Soviet moves beyond its borders, makes it easy to demonstrate enemy terrorism. Even with this reliance on manipulated definitions and the premise of different natural rights to intervene as between us and them, the Soviet network analysts never provide numbers. This is because if they were obligated to get specific, the numbers would be relatively small and would reveal that Guatemala by itself is more of a terrorist problem than the entire Soviet network. But the little stories of liberal left middle-class youth, with good intent, becoming cold-blooded killers, feeds well into Western biases and helps rationalize the needs of the multinational corporation. By tying together resistance movements in the Third World and seemingly arbitrary and wanton hijackings, kidnappings and murders in Italy, and making them all part of a Soviet plot to undermine Western democracies, a lot of needs are 62. Met. We turn attention away from Western support of official terror in the national security state, and we put pressure on the Soviet Union and Cuba to halt their support not for the Baader-Meinhof Gang or Red Brigades but for the peasants of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Namibia. Anti-communist terror. Claire Sterling begins her terror network with an eerie description of a recent, major terrorist attack, the Bologna, Italy railway station bombing which left 82 dead and many more injured. Having extracted some emotional capital from this event, she notes quickly that this was a right-wing terrorist act, which is outside of her province, as it was receding and left terror-dominated the 1970s. This ends her discussion. Nowhere does she make the faintest attempt to prove this bland assertion, which is contrary to fact. The Bologna Act caused a new record number of retail terrorist casualties, but the previous record, in the 1970s, was set by another right-wing terrorist act, the bombing of a Cuban airliner in 1976 that resulted in 73 deaths. I will show in this section that anti-communist terror, including Western state terror across borders, was vastly more substantial than terror from the left during Sterling's Fright decade, and remains so in the early 1980s. This means, of course, that a Reagan-Haig shift from a concern for human rights to terrorism would involve addressing an unchanging set of fascist and other client networks. On the Haig-Sterling-Moss logic of surrogates, also, the Reagan administration would be in the remarkable position of chasing its own tail. The surrogates of Washington are the primary retail and state terrorists. As we penetrate below the smoke screen of rhetoric in the pages that follow, it will be seen that this allegedly anti-terrorist administration is stoking up the fires of international terrorism to new heights by encouraging its most brutal and active state and retail practitioners. 63. Orlando Bosch, for example, a far more impressive killer than Carlos the Jackal, is never referred to by Haig or Kirkpatrick. He was directly implicated in the 73 deaths in the Cuban airliner bombing of 1976, and his group of Cuban refugee anti-communist terrorists is credited with several hundred bombings and scores of murders. Bosch and most of his close associates were trained by the CIA in connection with the secret and illegal war on Cuba, and in recent years Bosch has had close relationship with the secret police of Chile and Venezuela. Happy face, these secret police, in their turn, were tutored by the CIA and maintain close relationships with it today. Is Bosch a CIA surrogate? If an individual was trained in Libya, Cuba, or the Soviet Union, or visited there, in the Haig-Moss-Sterling world they would be forevermore surrogates, but for some reason such a rule does not apply for CIA training and DINA affiliation. In any case, Bosch outdoes Carlos, and the Cuban refugee network as a whole is probably the largest retail terrorist network in operation now and active during the Fright Decade. The Fright Decade, in which right-wing terror was receding according to Sterling, was also the period in which Operation Condor, a unique conspiratorial network of cross-border murder, was started by 6 sub-fascist states in Latin America. On the state level, Begin's Israel in its Lebanese invasions and Bota's South Africa in regular assaults on their neighbors each kill more civilians across borders during an average month than Libya does in a year. Indonesia has been engaged in a murderous assault on East Timor since 1975 that has resulted in the death of possibly a quarter of the Timorese population, over 200,000 people. Other Western client states like South Korea have been abducting nationals from Western Europe, Japan, and the United States, bribing foreign politicans, and intimidating people in places like Los Angeles on an extensive scale for several decades. Claire Sterling and Walter Laqueur claim, as evidence of the communist root of terrorism, that terrorists concentrate on the democracies and rarely disturb the communist sphere. This is a major error of fact, made credible to the uninitiated only by grace of the major biases of the Western mass media. South Africa's 64 The Real Terror Network. Assaults on Angola and Mozambique during the past 5 years are cross-border terrorist attacks beyond anything suffered by any Western democracy. But as South Africa is part of the free world, and Angola and Mozambique are left-oriented states, these attacks are played down and are not called terrorist. Since 1959 Cuba has been subjected to many more terrorist acts than any Western democracy, very possibly more than all of them put together, including many assassination attempts directed at the head of state. Sterling and Laqueur can pretend that communist powers are terror-free only because of the patriotic bias of the propaganda system of which they are a part. With Cuba having been officially declared bad, and the enemy, acts that would be designated terroristic if taken against free world states like Paraguay or Indonesia lose that character in the propaganda system when taken against Cuba. Furthermore, the manager and sponsor of this terroristic assault on Cuba has been the United States, the leader of the free world in its struggle against terrorism. It is the ultimate double standard, and a tremendous testimonial to the biases and power of the free press, that the United States could hire members of the mafia, and other assassins, in an admitted 8 attempts on the life of Castro and carry out a secret war of sabotage, murder, and political blackmail of quite considerable scope and come out of this as Uncle Sam the Clean, fighter against terrorism. I ask 2 rhetorical questions. If Colonel Gaddafi had admitted to 8 attempts on the life of the President of the United States, what would be the world reaction? Why are small crimes by Gaddafi proof of evil and larger crimes by the United States proof of nothing? I offer a rule applicable within the West: for a given state crime, criminality is inversely related to GNP, firepower, and strength of Western affiliation. On this rule it is clear why discovery of a cache of arms from Castro in Venezuela, is far more sinister than extended plotting with civil and military leaders for the overthrow of constitutional governments, or the organization and management of literal invasions by the United States. Sterling and Laquier can only get away with playing dumb on the assault on Cuba because the mass media play dumb, in this 65 case, often pretending that the secret war and assassination attempts were merely comic failures best forgot so we can get on with the serious business of coping with Carlos. The media's biases on this point are shown once again in the reception given the book by Warren Hinkle and W. W. Turner, The Fish is Red, The Story of the Secret War Against Castro. Like Claire Sterling, the authors spell out a terror network, and do so in equally popular and more readable and less pompous style. This book differs from Sterling's in two substantial respects, however. First, its documentation is more compelling, and the existence and characteristics of the secret war and the associated terrorist network is not subject to serious question. Second, it is a terror network sponsored by the wrong party. The demand is for a Soviet-based network or PLO or Cuban villainy, not any old terrorism. I feel that it is a safe forecast that the free press will not give The Fish is Red the red carpet treatment accorded the less well-written, less truthful, and less important terror network dealt with by Claire Sterling. The Cuban refugee Dina-CIA connection. The Cuban refugee terrorist network has been responsible for a large fraction of the sensational and seriously destructive terrorist acts in the Western Hemisphere, and substantial numbers in Europe and Africa, over the past decade. Consisting of an elite of 100 to 200 or so hardcore exiles, many of them hoodlums, dispersed to New York, New Jersey, Miami, and Puerto Rico, and operating under names like Alpha 66, Omega 7, Brigade 2506, CORU or CNM, but with overlapping membership, they have bombed and killed, and intimidated the Cuban exile community, with virtual impunity over this period. The intensity of Cuban refugee terrorist network violence may be indicated by the 25 to 30 bombings alleged by police officials for Dade County, Florida, in 1975 alone. In March 1980 the FBI itself declared that Omega 7, which claimed credit and responsibility for 20 bombings in New York City between January 1, 1975 and January 1, 1980, is the most dangerous terrorist 66 organization in the United States. The seizure of its members was said to be a matter of the highest priority for the federal government, but its members have not been seized, and the assumption of power by the anti-terrorist forces of Haig and Reagan will surely give this most dangerous terrorist organization a new lease on life. Throughout the 1960s many of these terrorists were in the employ of the CIA, who taught some 2,000 of them the arts of bomb construction, demolition, and efficient murder as part of the secret war against Cuba. Ever since, the CIA-trained codders have not only maintained a continuing flow of attacks on Cuba, they have become an international mercenary army, serving in the Congo, in Vietnam, in combating the Puerto Rico independence movement, in Watergate operations, and as members of murder teams sent out by DINA, BOSS, and other intelligence services. Watergate burglar Bernard Barker claims that he recruited 120 Cuban exiles for Operation Diamond, the Nixon administration's program for subverting domestic opposition to its policies. The Watergate break-in was a part of Operation Diamond. 2. The network has assassinated Cuban diplomats in Lisbon, Mexico City, and New York City. It has been implicated in the murder of exiled Chilean General Carlos Prats and his wife in 1974, in the attempted assassination of exiled Chilean official Bernardo Leighton and his wife in 1975, in the murder of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moffat in Washington, D.C. in 1976, and in the murder of South African economist Robert Smith and his wife in 1977. A compilation of incidents attributed to the Orlando Bosch Group alone published in Granma, October 19, 1980, included, in addition to some of those just mentioned, 85 bombings, 1 bazooka attack, a number of shootings and unsuccessful murder attempts, and the 1979 murders of Carlos Muniz Varela, a Puerto Rico dissident, and of Eulalio J. Negrin, a Cuban living in New Jersey who supported a dialogue between the Cuban exile community and the Castro regime. The killings attributable to this group are numerous: 73 in the Cuban airliner, more than a dozen murders of Cuban officials and citizens, numerous murders within the Cuban exile community in infighting and efforts. 67. To intimidate, and unknown numbers of murders as agents of DINA and similar official terrorist bodies. The Cuban government publishes lists of terrorist acts carried out against it, in which it gives specific details of time, place, methods, damage inflicted, and participants. These are often verifiable, and Cuban refugee groups frequently proudly claim responsibility. Table 2:1 shows a breakdown of this data for the years 1973 to 1979, derived from a partial tabulation, and Table 2:1. 68. The Cuban refugee network, armed and trained by the CIA, was never disarmed. As Jeff Stein observes, the members of the network are comfortably into their third decade as America's first and only homegrown international terrorist group. 4 and members continue to deal in and hold explosives and weaponry, and they use them to bomb, kill, and intimidate. Although this group violates the law in one way or another every day of the week, its members hold press conferences and publish many newspapers in which they announce their intentions to commit violence, and they move around freely. Despite the avalanche of violence for which they are responsible, they rarely go to jail, and if they do go, they do not stay long. William Shaw pointed out, toward the end of 1980, that of the 8 terrorists in jail, the only people charged after hundreds of bombings, shootings, and murders. 1 is out on bail already, 2 more may be out on bail shortly, 1 will be out on parole in a few months, and 4 more will be released in Venezuela in a matter of weeks. All of them, especially Orlando Bosch, the mastermind, have vowed consistently to continue their murderous careers. 5 Bosch served a brief jail sentence for a bombing attack in which he was caught red-handed, but he was paroled in 1972, after serving only 4 years of a 10-year sentence. In violation of his parole, he went abroad and was allowed to move freely from Venezuela to Chile, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, and back to Venezuela. In 1974 he was arrested in Caracas, Venezuela, implicated in 2 bombing attacks. Although long in violation of his parole, the U.S. government declined Venezuela's offer to send him back to the United States. 3 In 1976, again implicated in a bombing plot, and still in violation of his parole, the United States once again declined an offer to put him in U.S. hands for rearrest and incarceration. Happy face, Bosch was shortly thereafter taken into custody in Venezuela once more for his confessed part in the bombing of a Cuban airliner in which 73 lives were lost. The newly elected leaders of the right-wing social Christian movement of Venezuela shifted his trial to a military tribunal, which found 69. Him innocent of anything but faulty identification papers. While in a Venezuela 1 jail, Bosch was paid a salary by the Venezuelan secret police, DIZIP. The treatment of this world-class terrorist by a government that is now openly and warmly pro-Reagan tells us a great deal about the meaning of Reaganism and the new campaign against terrorism. I wonder whether Carlos would have been given similar treatment in a Soviet or Hungarian court following a confession of participation in a bombing attack that left 73 dead. If so, what would have been the response of the Western media? The Cuban refugee terror network has been the most important retail terror network operating anywhere during the past decade. In contrast with organizations like the Baader-Meinhof Gang and the Weathermen, the Cuban network continues to function, year after year, without serious legal impediment. For Sterling, Laquier, Haig, and the U.S. mass media, these terrorists either do not exist or are not included in the category terrorist. They are apparently killing the right people or the right people, in which case the law ceases to function and the free press does its thing. Dingas and Landau cite a Miami policeman's claim that the CIA organized a meeting of the various Cuban refugee terrorist groups in 1976 in the Dominican Republic for the purpose of channeling their terrorist activities outside the United States, particularly against enemy states such as Cuba. It is possible that the Cuban refugee terrorist network operatives know too much, and that U.S. officials must go easy for fear of seriously embarrassing disclosures. Whatever the reasons, we see here a major terrorist network sponsored by the West, still durable and extremely active, but denied its rightful place in the Fright Decade by the Free Press. Operation Condor. In 1976, 6 national security states of Latin America, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Paraguay, and Uruguay, entered into a system for the joint monitoring and assassinating of dissident refugees in member countries. The program was directly initiated under the sponsorship of Chile and its head of the secret police, Manuel Contreras. Chile provided the 70 initial funding, organized a series of meetings in Santiago, and provided the computer capacity and centralized services. Happy face, however, the United States deserves a great deal of credit for this important development, partly as the sponsor and advisor to DIN-A and other participating security services, but also because Operation Condor represented a culmination of a long-sought U.S. objective coordination of the struggle against communism and subversion. In 1968, U.S. General Robert W. Porter stated that in order to facilitate the coordinated employment of internal security forces within and among Latin American countries, we are endeavoring to foster inter-service and regional cooperation by assisting in the organization of integrated command and control centers, the establishment of common operating procedures, and the conduct of joint and combined training exercises. Condor was one of the fruits of this effort. Under Operation Condor, political refugees who leave Uruguay and go to Argentina will be identified and kept under surveillance by Argentinian security forces, who will inform Uruguayan security forces of the presence of these individuals. If the Uruguayan security forces wish to murder these refugees in order to preserve Western values, Argentine forces will cooperate. They will keep the Uruguayans informed of the whereabouts of the refugees. They will allow them to enter and freely move around in Argentina and to take the refugees into custody, torture and murder them, and the Argentinians will then claim no knowledge of these events. Under this system, 2 former Uruguayan senators, one a former president of the Senate, Zelmer Michelini, and Hector Gutierrez Ruiz, were kidnapped and murdered in Buenos Aires. We also note, just to keep the reader abreast of the quality of this cooperative enterprise, that both Michelini and Ruiz were tortured before being murdered, and that Michelini's daughter Margarita was also seized and disappeared. By July 1976, some 30 Uruguayan exiles, registered as refugees with UN officials in Buenos Aires, had been taken into custody and disappeared, surely murdered. Subsequently, several hundred more Uruguayans were picked up and have not been heard from since. Argentine authorities did not acknowledge these arrests, in conformity with the policy of the security forces. 71. To withhold information on arrests involving investigation of subversion. Many other cross-country disappearances have also occurred. As reported by D'Anis, Chilean exiles also were handed across the border to Chilean secret police and have not been heard of since. Gen. Juan José Torres, a former president of Bolivia, was kidnapped in Buenos Aires and found dead in an automobile trunk. Gen. Carlos Prats González, commander-in-chief of the Chilean army under the late President Salvador Allende Gossens, was killed by a bomb in Argentina. A similar network of intelligence operations has also worked between Brazil and Uruguay. Persons abducted in the southern Brazilian state of Rio do Sul, with cooperation from local political police, wound up in Uruguayan jails. Data are sparse, but the 6-country murder network toll starts with abduction murders of Uruguayans alone numbering in excess of 200. This terror network threw fear into the hearts of the many thousands of political refugees who had resettled in the Operation Condor states, as they saw themselves now without a safe haven or any protection by legal process. They were now benefiting from that coordinated employment of security forces that General Porter described earlier as one of the prime objects of U.S. efforts in Latin America. As this extensive and terrible form of transnational terrorism flowed from U.S. policy efforts and perceived interests, it has not received much notice in the U.S. mass media. This murder network soon extended its operations beyond the borders of the 6 participating countries. A secret report of an FBI agent assigned to Buenos Aires, describing Operation Condor, called attention to a more secret phase which involves the formation of special teams from member countries to travel anywhere in the world to non-member countries to carry out sanctions, assassinations, against terrorists or supporters of a terrorist organization from Operation Condor member countries. ****. It is worth noting that the FBI agent reporting on this matter not only approves the enterprise but falls easily into accepting the 72. Notion that the victims of its murder squads are terrorists. Data are lacking on the scope of this global phase of Operation Condor, which is difficult to distinguish from unilateral international terrorism carried out by the Argentine or Chilean secret police or one of their contract agents, often members of the Cuban exile terrorist network. Kidnappings, murders, and attempted murders in Mexico and Italy have been proclaimed by the Cuban Squad Zero from 1975 onward, some surely under contract with DINA, although others were apparently to divert attention from the real killers. Orlando Bosch has worked for and been protected by DINA. The Letelier Moffat murders in Washington, D.C. were carried out by a Cuban-Chilean agent team that may have been part of Operation Condor. The CIA was well aware of the internal use and global extension of Operation Condor and headed off its activities in several allied countries like France and Portugal by informing the authorities. Happy face, the CIA did not head off the Moffat-Letelier murders, although it knew that DINA triggermen had entered the United States. Why? It is possible that the CIA knew of the prospective murders, and let them happen because it was murder of the right people such as Operation Condor and the Free World Secret Police kill daily. It is also conceivable that the CIA suspected something fishy about to happen, but chose not to inquire, because of their faith in the choice of their fascist counterpart. It is also possible that the CIA bungled and made no inquiry, and that Pinochet and DINA murdered on the streets of Washington, D.C. assuming that Washington would not mind. After all, both DINA and Operation Condor are U.S. offspring. How was Pinochet to know that bringing his death squads right into the heart of the free world was unseemly? With its hand forced, and obligated to proceed in the case of a well-publicized murder in Washington, the U.S. government did a great deal to subvert the case. Documents were leaked to the press which linked Letelier to Cuba, effectively smearing him and creating a false red herring that was used both to justify murder and to divert inquiry away from our warm friends in Chile. Although the CIA knew from the day of the murder that DINA agents had come in to do a job, this was hidden from the press and 73. From other parts of the government as long as possible, and the false trail of suggestions of a left terrorist murder was pushed by people who knew this was a lie. Thus the prosecution of the murderers was carried out by a government that was so compromised by its own lies and suppressions and hamstrung by its own involvement and collaboration with the Cuban and Chilean assassins, that it was inevitable that the case would be conveniently lost. The United States government chose not to interfere with the death squad at work on U.S. soil before the fact, and it was therefore not going to be able to prosecute successfully after the fact. The United States was one of the sponsors of Operation Condor, had trained the Cuban terrorist triggermen, and had been instrumental in bringing into existence the Pinochet regime. This set of relationships, with its potential for graymail, and its connection with our security interests, means that the terrorists of Operation Condor, like the Cuban refugee terror network, are our progeny. We are not likely to hurt our own. South African transnational terrorism. South Africa, by itself, has very probably killed more people in the course of its secret warfare on its neighbors during the 1970s than the PLO, Red Brigades, Baader-Meinhof Gang, Carlos, Cuba, and Libya taken together. In a single raid on the Namibian refugee camp of Kasinga on May 4, 1978, South African forces killed over 600 people, a large proportion women and children. Many hundreds have been killed in Angola in search and destroy operations aimed at the deliberate killing and terrorizing of Angolan civilians in any area where SWAPO might find support or help. Asterisk. The ruthlessness of these operations, with the indiscriminate killing of men, women, and children, the burning down of all houses, the destruction of mission hospitals, staggers the imagination, although once again the Free Press has kept this largely undercover, preferring to concentrate on Soviet maneuvers on the Polish borders rather than actual invasions of African states by the apartheid regime. Much of this destruction was carried out by hundreds of mercenaries, although regular South African forces have also been involved. According to one defector, who became disgusted and tired of killing civilians. 74. Our main job is to take an area and clear it. We sweep through it and we kill everything in front of us, cattle, goats, people, everything. We are out to stop SWAPO and so we stop them getting into the villages for food and water. But half the time the locals don't know what's going on. We're just fucking them up and it gets out of hand. Some of the guys get a bit carried away. They'd taken their clothes off to show they weren't armed. We shot this young girl. She must have been about 5. And we shot her father. We shot about 9 in all. I don't know how, but somehow this girl's mother and her sister didn't get shot. Well, we left them there and carried on with our patrol. She followed us, this mother and her little kid. She followed us all day, just walked along about 100 meters behind us. She didn't cry or say anything. This freaked me out. Asterisk carrot. Other defectors, some of them former white mercenaries from Rhodesia, have confirmed these accounts of merciless killing of civilians and scorched earth policies that have caused massive destruction in southern Angola. The Angolan government itself estimates that just during the 18-month period ending in December 1, 980, the South Africans mounted 13 major air and land assaults as well American Samoa numerous small-scale attacks. Similar South African operations have been carried out on a hit-and-run basis in Zimbabwe and Mozambique. Their purpose has been clear. South Africa intends to continue its wholly illegal occupation of Namibia, as a buffer and plunder state, and its murderous attacks on the black front-line states are partly to destroy SWAPO bases and sources of assistance, partly to injure and weaken countries on its border and on the border of Namibia that would be likely to aid Namibian independence. As is noted in a Wall Street Journal report, South Africa waits, scuttling peace initiatives like the All-Party Conference in Geneva last winter and waging a 75. Generally low-level guerrilla war that costs it little. Given Namibia's diamond, uranium, and copper wealth. And gives its troops some counterinsurgency training in the bargain. This journal report also calls attention to the great encouragement given South Africa's escalated violence against Angola by the new anti-terrorist Reagan administration indirectly in its obvious toleration/sanction of the Israeli bombing raid on Iraq, in the new anti-Libyan campaign, and more directly in Washington's warmth and understanding of the context that may be impelling the apartheid regime to occupy Namibia illegally and to kill black Africans without restraint. 50. The Reagan administration's role in the recent sharp escalation of South African terrorism can hardly be overstated. Only the free press and the most supine or reactionary leaders of the free world could fail to see that code words like realism, understanding of the problems, context, and quiet diplomacy mean that we are behind you all the way. Understand that any criticisms we make are strictly PR, to allow our allies to pretend that we object to your assaults on your neighbors. Even before Reagan, U.S. business had found South Africa profitable and therefore good, and our military intelligence apparatus has long had the warmest relations with BOSS, but under liberal administrations, and even under Nixon and Ford, the loss of national prestige from open alliance with apartheid and Namibian aggression had a constraining effect. With the extreme right now exercising significant power in Washington, the bars are down. The formerly muted alliances with South African racism and Third World fascists have now become open and warm. The mass media have played a strategic role in covering up the massive transnational violence of the apartheid regime. First and foremost, they have suppressed the facts. These are available, and can be found in Black African, radical, underground, and, to a lesser extent, liberal left European publications. Extensive and horrifying details were given in the British Guardian series, cited above, based on on-the-spot reporting and interviews with a number of South African mercenary defectors. This series has 76. Not been reprinted in the United States, summaries have not been made available, and similar on-the-spot coverage in Angola is not provided. As in the case of East Timor following its invasion by our client state Indonesia, the free press does not go to the victim's government or refugees. It gets its information from the propaganda services of the invader. In connection with this open invasion of Angola, the New York Times has carried 2 front-page and 2 second-page articles based on South African handouts, describing captured Soviet advisors, the view of the war as seen from South Africa, and a portrayal of the loot captured by the South Africans. Nothing from the end of the Angolan victims. What makes the Soviet advisor gambit doubly dishonest is that the Cubans and Russians are in Angola mainly because South Africa's incursions and support of Savimbi pose a serious threat to the Angolan regime. The Wall Street Journal account cited earlier points out that, both publicly and in private talks with Western governments, Angola insists it would order the Cubans to withdraw if it were assured of an end to South African raids. Conversely, it warns that further attacks could force it to reach out even further to the Soviets, who seek political gain in the turbulence and instability of southern Africa. This highlights once again the monumental hypocrisy of the West in its pretense at concern over terrorism, with its apologetics for preferred terror in terms of a Soviet presence. The preferred terror is also not only large-scale and extremely ugly, it is in support of aggression in Namibia and protection of the cruel system of apartheid in South Africa itself. Israel's sacred terrorism. Among the recipients of U.S. military and economic aid and diplomatic support, Israel occupies a unique place. Israel is generally portrayed by the U.S. mass media as the victim of terrorism, a characterization that is in part correct. Its own role as a major perpetrator of state terrorism is consistently downplayed or ignored, in accordance with the general principle. 77. Discussed earlier, that violence employed by ourselves or by our friends is excluded from the category of terrorism, by definition. The record of Israeli terrorism, however, is substantial, far too extensive even to attempt to sample here. 53 A small glimpse into the reality was given by Prime Minister Menahem Begin in a letter published in the Israeli press in August 1981, written in response to what he regarded as hypocritical criticism of the Israeli bombing of Beirut, which killed hundreds of civilians. Begin offered a partial list of military attacks on Arab civilians under the Labour governments, which included over 30 separate episodes that left many civilians dead. He concluded that under the alignment government, there were regular retaliatory actions against civilian Arab populations, the Air Force operated against them, the damage was directed against such structures as the canal, bridges, and transport. 5 The picture that emerges, former UN ambassador and foreign minister Abba Eban wrote in response, is of an Israel wantonly inflicting every possible measure of death and anguish on civilian populations in a mood reminiscent of regimes which neither Mr. Begin nor I would dare to mention by name. Happy face. Eban is harshly critical of Begin's letter because of the support it gives to Arab propaganda. He does not contest the facts. He even defends the earlier Israeli attacks on civilians with the exact logic which orthodox analysts of terrorism attribute to and use to condemn retail terrorists, namely, that deliberate attacks may properly be made on innocent parties in order to achieve higher ends. Eban writes that there was a rational prospect, ultimately fulfilled, that afflicted populations would exert pressure for the cessation of hostilities. 6 Begin's list is indeed partial. It is supplemented by former Chief of Staff Mordecai Ger, who stated that for 30 years, from the War of Independence until today, we have been fighting against a population that lives in villages and cities, offering as examples the bombardments that cleared the Jordan Valley of all inhabitants and that drove 1.5 million civilians from the Suez Canal area in 1970, among others. Happy face, the Israeli military analyst Ziv Schiff summarized General Ger's comments as follows: "In South Lebanon we struck the civilian population consciously, because they deserved it." The importance of Ger's remarks is the admission that the Israeli army has always struck 78 civilian populations, purposely and consciously. The army, he said, has never distinguished civilian targets, purposely attacked civilian targets even when Israeli settlements had not been struck. 8 There are other examples that might be cited, among them, the terrorist attacks against civilian targets in Cairo and Alexandria in 1954 carried out in an effort to poison relations between the United States and Egypt, the murderous attacks on the villages of Kibbia, Kafr Qasim, and others, the shooting down of a Libyan airliner in 1973 with 110 killed as it was attempting to return to Cairo after having overflown the Sinai in a sandstorm, and many others. Lebanon has been a regular target of Israeli terrorism, including direct invasion and systematic bombardment of cities, villages, and rural areas that has caused hundreds of thousands of refugees and many thousands of casualties. Still another dimension of state terrorism is the brutal treatment of the civilian population in the occupied territories, and the murder of Palestinians in the interchange of terror that has been proceeding in Europe for many years. Terrorism in the pre-state period was also extensive, another story that is largely unknown in the United States, where commentators like to pretend that terrorism is an invention of the Palestinians. The diary of former Israeli Prime Minister Moshe Sharett is a major source of evidence for a conscious policy of deliberate, unprovoked cross-border attacks, in which advantage was taken of superior military power and a servile Western propaganda machine, with the intent of destabilizing neighboring states and provoking them into military responses. Sharett was a foot-dragger in these enterprises, often shaken by the ruthlessness of the military establishment. The long chain of false incidents and hostilities we have invented, and so many clashes we have provoked, the narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness of our military leaders seem to presume that the State of Israel may or even must behave in the realm of international relations according to the laws of the jungle. Sharett himself referred to this long effort as a sacred terrorism 6i. Where Israeli state terrorism is acknowledged in the United States, it is almost invariably described as retaliatory, hence 79. Not criminal even if regrettable. To cite only one example, consider the laudatory article by Amos Perlmutter on General Ariel Sharon in the New York Times Magazine. Commenting on Sharon's exploits as the commander of Unit 101 in the early 1950s, Perlmutter writes that every time terrorists were captured in Israel, they would be interrogated to determine where they had come from. Then an Israeli force would return to the terrorists' villages and retaliate against them, an eye for an eye. Or, more often, 2 eyes for an eye. Perlmutter is a knowledgeable military historian, who certainly knows that this is an outrageous falsehood. The retaliatory actions of Unit 101 were characteristically directed against completely innocent civilians in villages that had no known relation to terrorist acts, for example, Kibbia, where 66 civilians were massacred in October 1953 in the first major operation of Sharon's Unit 101. There was no known connection between the villagers of Kibbia and any terrorist actions against Israel. Israel angrily denied charges that its military forces were responsible for this massacre, pretending that the retaliation act was carried out by border settlers in Israel, mostly refugees, people from Arab countries and survivors from the Nazi concentration camps. Happy face, commenting on this fabrication in his diary. Prime Minister Moshe Sharett observed that such a version will make us appear ridiculous. Any child would say that this was a military operation, as was tacitly conceded much later. He writes that in the cabinet meeting following the massacre, I condemned the Kibia affair that exposed us in front of the whole world as a gang of bloodsuckers, capable of mass massacres regardless, it seems, of whether their actions may lead to war. I warned that this stain will stick to us and will not be washed away for many years to come. ***. Sherrod was wrong in thinking that this stain will stick to us. The typical response is falsification of the sort practiced by Perlmutter in the New York Times. A critical commentary on Perlmutter's whitewash of the bloodthirsty General Sharon in The Nation fails to mention this remarkable suppression and distortion of the historical record. *5 This single example is, unfortunately, quite typical of a long and ugly story of atrocities and cover ups. 80. Argentine transnational intervention in Bolivia to combat the threat of democracy. In July 1980, a right-wing military coup led by General Luis Garcia Meza Tejeda succeeded in preventing the accession of the newly elected president of Bolivia, Hernan Siles Zúñiga. The military officers who led the coup were major participants in the drug traffic and were also well known as shakedown men and close allies of organized crime in Bolivia. The coup had a deeper significance, however, in its assault on organized labor and other popular and democratic tendencies, and in the active intervention and participation of the Southern Cone fascist network. As far as the drug trade goes, one U.S. narcotics official asserted that for the first time ever the drugs mafia has evidently bought itself a government. Happy Face, Latin American regional reports claimed that the narcotics business was the mainspring for the July 17 coup, and that vast amounts of cocaine money have been passed on to the country's new leaders. Garcia Meza reportedly received a direct grant of $100 million to finance his new government. Interior Minister Colonel Luis Arce Gomez was the leader of a major drug ring, and Minister of Education, Colonel Ariel Coca, developed one of the biggest cocaine smuggling networks in South America while serving as head of the Bolivian Air Force at Santa Cruz. This coup effectively joined together cocaine and national security state thuggery and terror. In the days immediately following the coup, large numbers of convicted traffickers were released by Arce from prisons in Cochabamba and Santa Cruz and absorbed into the Interior Ministry's paramilitary units. Happy Face, a reign of terror ensued that involved widespread torture, murder, and disappearances. Happy Face, along with the drug mafia, the other notable participant in the Bolivian coup was the Argentine military regime, which masterminded the takeover strategy, supplied the coup leaders with diplomatic and political advice, and provided more than 200 military and intelligence personnel to help in the direct management of the coup. Newsman Ray Bonner quoted one U.S. military advisor in Bolivia as saying that the Argentine military did everything but tell Gen. Garcia Meza the day to pull it off. In Buenos Aires, a computerized list of potential opponents of the regime was prepared, and these individuals were imprisoned, exiled, tortured, and murdered in the few days following the coup. Argentine advisors were also on hand to instruct Bolivian 81 security forces in modern methods of torture, which were used extensively in the post-coup period. All of this was done fairly openly and on the basis of standard NSS ideology. Argentine President Jorge Videla declared that an elected government in Bolivia posed a high degree of risk because of the possibility that such a government would promote ideas contrary to our way of life and the permanence of military governments. Oh, this is a fine case of chickens coming home to roost. Here is a U.S. ally engaging in open intervention to extend Third World fascism to neighboring states. There was no pretense of a left or communist threat in Bolivia. It was democracy itself that was felt to be threatening to our fascist client. The Carter administration did not like this outcome, having supported the democratic process that resulted in the Suarez victory, and to its credit it protested vigorously and cut off aid. But it should be noted that the Carter administration took no really strong actions, none as regards Argentina, which had engaged in a gross intervention for purposes and with results that the United States theoretically opposes strongly on fundamental principle. Imagine what the U.S. response would have been if Castro had done half as much. But Castro would have been threatening the real fundamentals, which, as are described in Chapter 3, have nothing to do with democracy. Concluding note. In sharp contrast with Castro, our own progeny and assorted other friendly state terrorists are allowed to get away with direct, cross-border murder and numerous other interventions, stretching even to the United States, most of which fail to generate serious publicity or indignation. General Park's South Korea was able to engage in extensive bribery of U.S. politicians without causing significant damage to itself. Certainly nothing was done so severe as closing its U.S. embassy, let alone any major act of hostility. South Africa, also, has been able to expend large sums buying and bribing U.S. newspapers and funding U.S. politicians without significant adverse repercussions. Currently, South Africa is openly propagandizing in the United States on Namibia and campaigning against hostile U.S. politicians through 82 hired law and PR firms and alleged trade councils, again without real exposure or apparent impediment. 2. We have seen that South Africa can invade its neighbors and murder their civilians at will without arousing free press attention or indignation. Sudanese President Jafar el-Numiri can arrest 1,000 at a crack or announce that he is training several hundred men to infiltrate into Libya on suicide missions aimed at removing key figures in Col. Gaddafi's government again without notice or comment in the West. The principle of whose ox is being gored controls news and indignation both. The rise of the NSS was a product of U.S. planning and strategy, as will be described in the next chapter. Operation Condor was a logical outcome of those efforts. As we have seen, Argentina's security services participated in the overthrow of a democratic government in Bolivia in 1980, and they were actively engaged in aiding the murderous repression in Guatemala during 1981. These interventions have not been seriously objectionable to the United States, so that, in contrast with relatively trivial moves by Castro, these have not been placed in the category of aiding terrorism. The Reagan administration has gone further, openly soliciting Argentina to extend its valuable services to Nicaragua in the form of infiltrating combat forces and to El Salvador, by means of direct participation alongside the local death squads. Oberdorfer and Tyler reported in February 1982 that U.S.-backed subversion by force against Nicaragua had already begun along the Honduran-Nicaraguan border within the last 3 months. Happy face. Argentina was reportedly training 1,000 men as part of an action program organized and financed by the CIA, but the possibility of using American personnel to undertake unilateral action against some unspecified special Cuban targets also was envisaged. Happy face. This mobilization of members of a sponsored fascist network to do our regional killing and subverting by proxyification of the Nixon doctrine is, like Operation Condor, quite consistent with U.S. ends and notions of acceptable means. With Reagan it appears that the fascist network will be mobilized more extensively and openly along Operation Condor lines, and the United States will be an integral part of the team. The only step as yet unfulfilled in our cultivation of state terrorism is bringing the NSS home, but we move steadily closer. 3. Contemporary terrorism. Introduction. The really massive and significant growth of terrorism since World War II has been that carried out by states. And among states, the emergence and spread of the national security state has been the most important development contributing to state terrorism and thus to the growth of overall world terrorism, using the word in its basic sense, intimidation by violence or the threat of violence. Contrary to Sterling's foolish remark about the colossal armaments of retail terrorists, state military resources are vastly larger, and the power of even small states to intimidate is much greater than that of non-state terrorists. Only states use torture extensively as a means of intimidation, and if we use as our measure of the scale of terrorist violence either political murders or incarceration accompanied by torture, retail terrorism pales into relative insignificance. State terrorism is also much more important than non-state violence because it is rooted in relatively permanent structures that allow terror to be institutionalized, as in the case of Argentina's numerous and well-equipped detention and torture centers. Retail terrorists are frequently transitory, and they are often produced by the very 83. 84. Abuses that state terror is designed to protect. If state terrorism is designed to protect systems of injustice, to allow them to persist and perhaps even to be extended in scope, this suggests a further aspect of wholesale terror that greatly enhances its potential for evil. A central theme of this book, and one for which substantiating evidence is provided in this chapter, is that the NSS is an instrument of class warfare, organized and designed to permit an elite, local and multinational, to operate without any constraint from democratic processes. This allows the bulk of the population to be treated as a mere cost of production. In NSSs with rapid population growth and rural labor surpluses, as in Brazil, the system is therefore based directly on bleeding dry the working classes. As one jobless Brazilian father of 6 children expressed it, the worst violence of all is total deprivation. Our most basic needs are not being met. Retail terrorists do not deprive large numbers of their subsistence and produce hunger, malnutrition, high infant mortality rates, chronic diseases of poverty and neglect, and illiteracy. This is all done by state terrorists. A recent account of malnutrition in Central America points out that malnutrition rates are not only very high on average, 1/3 of all children under 5 years of age suffered from severe malnutrition in the mid-1970s, but that they are rising. It notes further that the unequal distribution of the productive resources, which is compounded by reduced opportunities of the lower income classes, lack of participation in the socio-political decisions, and reduced access to services, makes for a very critical situation in the area. In the real terror network that is to be discussed here, it is the function of state terrorism to keep popular participation down, to limit services to the lower classes, and to freeze the structures that have generated this very critical situation. We will see further on in this chapter that the development model put in place by the NSS has succeeded in combining growth with continued and sometimes even enlarged mass hunger and systematic neglect of the majority. This achievement has been grounded in an ideology that rationalizes the collective interest of the military establishment, the local business and landed elite, and the multinational corporation joint venture partners who require terror to preserve 85 and enlarge their privileges and the already gross levels of inequality prevalent in the Third World. According to its own ideology, the NSS rests on the primacy of national security, which is to be imposed by military force to contain the forces of communism and subversion. National security, communism, and subversion are coordinate terms, all defined in the NSSs with a generous scope that conveniently reaches anything that would threaten elite privilege and power. That the assertion of basic human rights is subversive in the NSS must be taken literally. Thus the adult education programs of Paulo Freire, which stressed literacy, enhancement of feelings of self-worth, and belief in the possibility of improving one's status, were quickly terminated upon the emergence of the NSS of Brazil in 1964. They politicized the lower classes and thus constituted a security threat. Dom Milano Pina, Bishop of Muraba in Brazil, noted that his church in its educational efforts sought to make the peasant and the worker aware that they have certain basic rights and that they are entitled to exercise those rights. To the military, that is the same thing as subversion. The NSS emerged in an environment of political upheaval and assertions of claims by the lower classes, and was brought into being by local and expatriate elites to contain the demands of the majority. These stirrings from below threatened to accelerate in the wake of the Cuban Revolution, which frightened the U.S. leadership and the Latin American upper classes. James Petras points out that rather than a period of Latin American initiative in a revolutionary upsurge following the Cuban Revolution, the years after 1962 were a period of counter-revolution. The United States was on the offensive to forestall revolution, supporting military regimes, organizing counterinsurgency forces and, in the case of the Dominican Republic, carrying out a military occupation. The rapid spread of the NSS ensued, and so did its prime instrumentality, terror, which has followed from the fact that, in the words of Fernando Henrique Cardoso, the NSS aspires, above all, to produce apathy among the masses. It is therefore easily understandable why it is among this group of states that human torture and disappearances have become quantitatively significant and institutionalized as modes of governance. I will discuss briefly below the theory and 86. Practical effects of the development model applied in the NSS, why terror fits this model very comfortably, the character of the terror employed as a political ingredient in this model, and the evidence that this system of NSSs is not only approved by, but has developed under the general planning and supervision of the United States. The economics of the national security state. The development model espoused by the leaders of the NSSs is a free market model which allows for a government role only in creating a favorable investment climate. This may include subsidies and tax concessions to business firms, which increase their willingness to invest, but it excludes any largesse to the non-propertied classes, which would worsen the investment climate. For the leaders of NSSs, the end sought is not human welfare. In Cardoso's words, bureaucratic authoritarianism was not launched to assure the well-being of the people. The explicit aim is national power, although, no doubt coincidentally, the immediate and only observable beneficiaries are the ruling economic and military elites. According to the NSS development model, the national welfare is best served by rapid economic growth. Rapid growth, in turn, requires extreme generosity to entrepreneurs, local and foreign, operating under free labor market and business entry conditions. Free labor markets means an atomized or non-union condition or unionization under government control and a plentiful reserve army of workers. It is assumed that free business entry, which includes that of foreign firms, will stimulate a restructuring of industry and agriculture in accordance with comparative advantage. It will also presumably induce capital to exploit domestic resources fully. GNP growth and national power will thus be maximized. Among the many problems raised by the development model, as applied in the NSSs, I will address three: its blatant elite bias and political content, its observable regressive impact and failure to meet the basic human needs of the majority, its defective economic rationale. Ends served. The blind growth, open economy development model calls for exactly those policies sought by large multinational interests and important local elites. It would be remarkable if what was good for these elites was good for the society at 87. Large. What makes the model doubly suspect is a basic political and economic premise of the NSS, namely, that the majority is not only to be excluded from participation in all policy decisions. It is also to be kept in an atomized and disorganized condition by means of force and the threat of force. Where this is so, the logic of power tells us that the interests of people so excluded will be neglected, and that these unrepresented people will be served only on the calculus of public relations needs or on a balancing of the costs and benefits of concessions versus repression. Church documents come back to these points time and again, that disenfranchisement means structured neglect of the excluded majority and a corrupt pursuit of self-interest by those who have arrogated exclusive political power to themselves, that decent ends are more important than expertise and sophisticated means. According to one recent Brazilian church statement, what history truly records is the inherent irresponsibility of all despotisms and the almost inevitable corruption of all forms of government that are not subject to the control of the people. Political democracy is a form and a prerequisite, whose content and destination is social democracy. Thus, a moral environment and a whole perspective that will orient the choices is more important than techniques for solutions and changes. Social development has to be attained under certain conditions, and it is in pursuit of this objective that economic development must be oriented. Brazilian social scientists make the same point, for example, with reference to the fearful conditions of urban life in São Paulo, the uncontrolled pollution, the power of the land speculators and the business elite to shape public investment, the huge deficiencies in housing, sanitation, and public transport, and the serious malnutrition and high level of industrial accidents. These conditions, they argue, are inherent in the NSS, where the masses are excluded and only elite ends are served by the state. As long as the social and political initiatives of the working classes continue to be blocked, it is difficult to imagine Sao Paulo as a truly human city. For it is capital, not labor, which is destroying life in the 88 city. For capitalists, the city is a source of profit. For workers it is a way of life. This point is reinforced when control and policy determination within the NSS is exercised or shared by absentee owners, such as foreign governments and multinational corporations with headquarters in the United States, West Germany, or Japan. It seems extremely unlikely that, in considering development opportunities in Ecuador or Brazil, these distant and absentee interests will give any thought to the welfare impact of their choices on the Ecuadorian and Brazilian masses. The local elites in the NSSs of Latin America are likely to show hardly greater concern. They have long shared the Somoza view of the majority as oxen, designed to labor quietly for their superiors. The indigenous roots of these elites withered years ago in a process of integration into Western consumerism and by affiliation with multinational companies. They look outward for models and political support. The military elites, who are the direct rulers of the NSSs, have produced an ideology that puts decisive weight on power and military security and explicitly shunts into the background the well-being of the masses. It rests on an alleged new dilemma: welfare or security, previously pointed out by Goering in less just but highly suggestive terms: more guns, less butter. In fact, there is no getting around the necessity of sacrificing welfare to the benefit of security when the latter is actually endangered. The reference to the number 2 Nazi, Goering, in justification for the stress on guns by the Brazilian general quoted here, also for a time president of the Dow branch in Brazil, is an interesting manifestation of the spiritual foundations of the NSS. But the dilemma of welfare security in Brazil and the other NSSs rests on the special meaning of security already discussed, which equates security threat, communism, and subversion with an internal chawanku to privilege and elite domination. For Hitler and Goering, who were embarking on a program of external expansion, security and guns were necessary, and butter clearly had to be sacrificed. In the NSSs there is no external security threat. The enemy is the people within the country who are trying to assert basic rights. The security threat is that posed by unionism and majority rule. Dealing with internal 89 subversion normally tends to be only moderately expensive, especially when part of the cost has been borne by the United States. Military outlays have gone up sharply in the NSSs, but partly because of the institutional bias of the military establishments, which have indulged themselves in expensive irrelevancies and treated themselves generously just because they can. There is no democratic constraint on their choices, and they put little weight on alleviating the misery of the oxen. The upper classes in general have not had to suffer any reduction in butter under NSS conditions. Absent any populist element in the NSS leadership or ideology, a marked feature of NSS economics has been the crass upward shift in income distribution and the great increase in the production and importation of household durables and fashionable luxury goods. The Mercedes-Benz has sold extremely well in Pinochet's Chile. The Goering dilemma must be modified accordingly: more guns for internal pacification to allow more butter for the elite, less butter for the majority. The poor must stay poor, or get poorer, because the interests of the joint venture partners require this, but we will call it a stress on security in the interest of growth and development. The nominal ideology of the NSS, and even more clearly its real purpose, therefore involves a denial of the worth and rights of most human beings and constitutes a throwback to pre-Enlightenment ideas of hierarchy and structured and permanent inequality. This is a truly reactionary ideology, well designed to rationalize the neglect, spoliation, and terrorization of the majority of the population. The development model provides the economic counterpart to this ideological framework. Not only are the ends and means of the NSS explicitly anti-democratic, its biases are exacerbated by the venality of its rulers. As the local elites are denationalized, lose most of their indigenous attachments and loyalties, and become integrated into a world political economy of superior cultures from which they derive their standards of behavior, they are readily corruptible. Guatemala's Garcia, 490. Example, owns 3 estates totaling 130,000 acres, modest when compared with Somoza's 8,000 square miles, but Garcia has only been in power for 3 years. In Argentina, Latin America Regional Reports observes ironically that it is evidence of the economic success of Videla's administration that most of his former aides are now established millionaires. In the Philippines, even Businessweek remarks that it is not bad of Marcos to be able to jump into the ranks of the 10 leading taxpayers on his official salary of $4,500 per year. The most spectacular recent development in NSS corruption, however, has been the rise of military mafias that manage and protect the cocaine and marijuana trade in both Bolivia and Colombia. I have described elsewhere the fact that an almost uniformly appropriate designation of the Third World client states of the West to whom the development model applies is that of the Shakedown State 20. From Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines, through Brazil, Chile, Honduras and Paraguay, to Zaire, the participation of the top military and civil leaders in the heroin trade, in the gambling and prostitution businesses, in payoffs for access to rights to participate in local development, and in more direct looting, has been chronic and really massive. With such joint venture partners fixing the goals and terms of development, 3 things are virtually certain: the time horizon of the dominant business and political military elites will be short, and quick extraction of profits and the buildup of nest eggs in safe havens abroad will be a general characteristic of NSS economies. The operative principle will be grab now as après nous le deluge. The majority of the population will be regarded essentially as an overhead cost, and costs must be kept down for development. If the convenience of the dominant elites calls for dispossession of large numbers of peasants and Indian tribes who have only traditional rights, machine guns will permit this under NSS conditions. The huge human externalities in the form of millions turned into impoverished and underemployed agricultural laborers and 91. Foraging urban slum dwellers are acceptable on NSS economic principles. Other externalities of dependent growth such as work hazards, environmental damage, the weakening of indigenous economic activity and culture, will be disregarded. The NSS can serve as a handy dumping grounds for nuclear power plants unsaleable in the developed states and for industries with serious worker hazards or major pollution and waste disposal problems. The dominant elites in the NSS are content to have the indigenous culture eviscerated by the superior culture, which has demonstrated its superiority by military prowess, a large GNP, and innovation in style-setting goods that captivate the denationalized affluent. Income distribution and human needs impact. The observed income distribution effects of NSS development are exactly what we would expect from a growth process controlled by small elite minorities who have resorted to machine guns. There has been a major trickle and even where GNP growth has been rapid, the impoverished majority has in most cases derived marginal benefits at best. 22. Latin America has an exceptional degree of inequality of income distribution, in comparison not only with less developed countries in Europe, but even in contrast with the LDCs of Africa and Asia. 23. Central America may be the world leader in inequality, with the lower 50% of income receiving units getting only 13% of all income and the upper 5% obtaining a staggering 35% of total income in the mid-1970s. 24. In the advanced countries there was an increase in inequality during the early stages of modern industrial growth, but inequality diminished in most of them during the 20th century. In Latin America, growth has not led toward any noticeable trend toward greater equality even over long time periods with high growth rates. 25. There was an interlude of modest reduction in inequality between 1930 and 1950, based on a reduced rate of growth, a spurt of trade union growth and power, and an increase in welfare state benefits. But the post-1945 era of more rapid growth brought with it a sharp turn once again toward increased inequality, a repudiation by experience of the notion that growth and higher per capita income would surely reduce the massive inequalities of 92. The old order. A huge 400% increase in GNP in Latin America between 1950 and 1975 was accompanied by a sharp increase in inequality, and in circumstances where very large numbers were still hungry, malnourished, and suffering from curable illnesses, and where many were experiencing absolute reductions in real income. The trickle-down effect in Latin America has been modest at best, even though those at the top, who keep getting the bulk of any gains, are well off even by US standards, while those at the bottom are in dire straits. Happy face, in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, for example, under recent growth conditions to 1975, the upper income brackets received the lion's share of the income gains. In Brazil only the top decile increased its share, the ninth decile's share held constant, while those in the remaining 8 deciles fell. Happy face. Felix's study of Mexico indicates that the substantial growth in 1950 to 1975 not only saw the lower 60% lose relative share, the lowest 20% lost absolute real income. There is some evidence that the income condition of the bottom 40% in Mexico has deteriorated over a century or more. 29 And in Colombia, an agricultural worker may have been better off in the late 18th century than today. The rise of the NSS was surely a factor in preserving these huge inequalities, which probably increased further in the past decade. The Chilean and Argentinian counter-revolutions of the 1970s led quickly to an absolute fall in the real income of the majority, as well as to a shift toward greater relative inequality. Just 1 year of fascism cost the average employed Chilean worker somewhere between 20 and 53% of his real wage. Unemployment, of course, soared, and a sharp cutback of social welfare outlays was quickly instituted. The Brazilian counter-revolution of 1964 led to an economic miracle, as measured by a huge rise in GNP and in the well-being of the upper 10% of income receivers, but it left the bottom 60% not only without significant improvement but with some unknown but probably sizable fraction suffering an absolute decline in real income. 2 From the standpoint of human welfare, the position of the majorities in the NSSs has worsened during recent decades in a number of important respects. 1 is a result of the increase in inequality itself. It is a view accepted across a wide spectrum of economists that happiness and a sense of satisfaction and status 93 are dependent on relative income position, not absolute income. If an affluent elite enlarges its range of goods consumed while leaving the masses with more or less stable real incomes, but relatively worse off, this should increase their discontent and unhappiness. Table 3.1 shows the great inequalities that prevail in the income distributions of 6 U.S. client states, where, on average, the top 10% of income receiving units captured a huge 37.5% of total income, the bottom 40% got only 13.7%. It also can be seen on the table that the share of the top 10% exceeds that of the highest 10% in a set of socialist states by 72%, the share received by the lowest 40% in the socialist states is 40% greater than in the U.S. client states. These figures probably understate the real differences because of the greater volume of government-provided services, fairly equally distributed, in the socialist states. But whatever the limits of the comparison, it highlights the enormous inequalities in the NSSs, which have been growing since World War II. South Korea is one of the exceptions to conditions that are quite widely the rule in the Latin American NSSs. That exception, as with Taiwan also, is based in considerable part on the fact that external forces, war, invasion, the decimation of a traditional landed elite led to a major and radical land reform. The contrast between the Taiwanese and Korean experience and that in the general run of NSSs, points up the fact that initial conditions of great inequality are likely to be reinforced by growth that is not preceded by serious reform, that inequality and human needs objective has to be sought directly and is not likely to be met as a spin-off of other objectives. In the words of David Morowitz, it simply may not be possible to grow first and redistribute later. Rather, it may be necessary to tackle asset redistribution as a first priority by whatever means are at hand. Happy face. /yth the NSS, however, we are confronted with a system designed to protect and enlarge privileges by force. The result has been an increase in inequality from an already high level. A second negative welfare effect of the NSS follows from its breaking up and immobilizing the self-help and protective organizations of the majority and its exclusion of the majority from political participation. Atomization and powerlessness bring anxiety and insecurity, a reduction of welfare built into the development model. Happy face, this political immobilization of the masses serves primarily, of course, to allow for their more efficient spoliation by weakening their bargaining power in private markets and by reducing their leverage in government decision-making processes. I have already mentioned the Sao Paulo study and its findings on the dehumanization of that city under NSS conditions. Peter Hakim and Giorgio Solimano have shown that even in Chile between 1930 and 1970, while under a democratic order, and where a social welfare apparatus was exceptionally well developed for a third world country, inequalities still widened and the prevalence of malnutrition, affecting principally the poorest 30 to 40% of the population, did not diminish significantly over 40 years of economic growth. 7 The better organized elements of society were able to capture a disproportionate share of economic gains, because of policy biases toward the politically powerful and a lack of institutional outreach to the bottom 30 to 40%. Note that this result was obtained in a democratic order, with fairly strong unions and with some modest organizational rights of the rural masses just making their appearance in the 1960s, and before the coming of the counter-revolutionary violence of the NSS. During the brief and troubled 3 years of Allende rule, when a more dedicated effort was made to reach downward toward the nutritionally deprived, infant mortality rates dropped by 18%, deaths of babies from respiratory diseases fell 30%, and the incidence of malnutrition among children declined by 17%. 38 The impact of Allende on these basic needs variables encapsulates the great untold and scandalous truth of Western priorities and the meaning and significance of the NSS. At the heart of any appraisal of the NSS development model must be recognition of its failure to address seriously the basic needs deficiencies of the majority. In third world countries, the majority have long suffered from chronic malnutrition, high rates of infant mortality, unemployment and illiteracy, and high incidence of serious diseases like TB, gastroenteritis, and malaria that are readily curable with some modest national resource commitment. Alleviation of these deficiencies is a necessary precondition for human happiness and welfare, and any system. 96. That leaves large numbers chronically hungry and ill, while increases in national output are drained into more numerous and sophisticated consumer goods for a small elite is a sick system. It is a testimony to the dominance of interest over morals, and in the same moral category as the centuries-long use and toleration of human slavery, that this kind of degeneracy is an integral feature of a system sponsored and protected by the West. In the classic words of the head of state of Brazil, General Emilio Medici, in 1971, the economy is doing fine, but the people aren't. Happy face, the people do not do well because they are not intended to do well. Kept from effective organization and political participation, the government never manages to get around to the people in its tax expenditure decisions. Thus, in 1980, a decade after General Medici's regretful statement about the economy versus the people, another general president, visiting the poverty-stricken Northeast, suffering widespread hunger in a third year of drought, responded irritably to questions about government plans to do something for that area. It turns out that the government has no plans as yet, that after 16 years of a miracle there are still no resources available for this kind of thing. We have no resources. In 10 or 15 years we might have. Who knows? In NSS budgets, military expenditures tend to exceed those for both education and public health, despite the absence in most cases of any external security threat and despite the huge deficits in education and health that would press for solution if human needs were given any serious weight. Thus a sample of 10 NSSs in 1978, with the data probably understating military-related expenditures, shows that for 7 of the 10 states military outlays equaled or exceeded education expenditures, for 9 out often military expenditures exceeded public health outlays. This is a dismal record even in comparison with the more militarized democracies of the West, and it suffers by contrast with socialist states. In only 3 of the 8 socialist states of Eastern Europe did military outlays equal or exceed educational outlays, and only in 5 of the 8 did military expenditures exceed public health outlays. Asterisk. The Third World client states of the West contain vast pools 97 of human misery that persist and even grow in absolute size. The International Labour Office estimates that a huge 73 million people, or 27% of the population of Latin America, could be classified as destitute in the early 1970s, with destitute defined as having a per capita real income of $90 or under per year. An enormous 118 million Latins were seriously poor, meaning with a per capita income of under $1.80 per year. The ILO also claims that the absolute number of destitute people increased in Latin America during the growth decade 1963-1972 to these extremely low incomes for scores of millions are associated with high rates of unemployment, low levels of food intake and high malnutrition rates, poor health care services and high levels of preventable and curable diseases, poor educational facilities and high rates of illiteracy, and high mortality rates. These abysmal conditions apply to the most advanced and rapidly growing NSSs. A World Bank study of Brazil, for example, cites surveys showing that in 1975, 68% of Brazilians consumed less than an internationally recognized minimum daily caloric requirement for normal physical activity, and that a huge 58% of Brazil's children suffered from malnutrition. Happy face. The World Bank also points out that health conditions in Brazil are poor as compared to countries at similar per capita GNP levels. Infant mortality rates actually rose in São Paulo for a number of years after the 1964 coup, as a consequence of the public sector's inability to supply adequate sanitation and medical facilities to the rising number of persons residing in the peripheries of large cities. The bank notes the post-coup large decline in the preventive collective share of the total health budget and the progressive marginalization of the Ministry of Health, whose budgetary allocation was lower in real terms in 1970 and 1975 than it was in 1965. In short, a politically marginalized majority has been given short shrift by the NSS in the use of public resources. A survey of Indonesian health conditions makes essentially the same point: extremely high child mortality rates for diarrheal and other disorders, 500,000 cases of infectious TB, and many other causes of death associated with poor sanitation and the absence of minimal medical care, could be easily remedied with a modest resource input and some 98 leadership commitment, but these are not present. Public health expenditures per capita in Indonesia were $1.40 in 1977 to 1978. The major causes of death in Java are precisely those for which simple and cost-effective programs exist or can be readily established: mass vaccinations, nutrition monitoring and early intervention, home treatment of common infections including TB, diarrhea, pneumonia, prenatal care and clean water supply. Unfortunately, these programs have not yet been widely enough implemented nor adequately supported to achieve anything like their potential impact. An interesting contrast is provided by the World Bank itself, which in its World Development Report 1981, describes recent Chinese performance trends. The bank notes that China has given prime weight to a non-elite objective, namely, elimination of the worst aspects of poverty. To achieve this, the Chinese have redistributed property downward and have tried hard to provide and encourage the provision of basic social services. While doing this, China did not sacrifice growth. From 1957-1979 the per capita real growth rate averaged between 2.5 to 3.0, and, as the bank notes, this is significantly above the average for other low-income developing countries, which was 1.6%. The bank goes on to say the following. Nonetheless, China's most remarkable achievement during the past 3 decades has been to make low-income groups far better off in terms of basic needs than their counterparts in most other poor countries. They all have work, their food supply is guaranteed through a mixture of state rationing and collective self-insurance, most of their children are not only at school but are also being comparatively well taught, and the great majority have access to basic health care and family planning services. Life expectancy, whose dependence on many other economic variables makes it probably the best single indicator of the extent of real poverty in a country, is outstandingly high for a country at China's per capita income level. *. 99. The same points may be made as regards the Cuban economy after 1959, except that here growth during the first decade of socialism was negligible, for reasons of the exodus of a substantial fraction of the technical and managerial elite, the US-sponsored boycott, the secret war, and the inexperience and mismanagement of the socialist leaders. This was offset to an uncertain degree by substantial Soviet economic and military aid, and Cuban growth in the 1970s was respectable. The results in terms of human needs performance even in the troubled 1960s have been striking, and in stark contrast with the treatment of the poor in the free world. As with China, the focus on the needs of the majority instead of those of the elite resulted in a mortality rate performance that quickly outclassed that of the US clients. One recent authoritative account of Cuba notes that life expectancy at birth for both sexes combined is about 72 years, just 2 years short of the current level in the United States. Infant mortality, the subject of much attention, was down to 19.4 per 1,000 live births by 1979, compared to 13 in the United States. These values have been attained by few other developing countries and are more favorable than those observed in some of the less advanced European countries. 5. This occurred because health facilities and personnel have increased substantially and HEA services have been distributed to provide virtually universal free and low-cost medical coverage across Cuba. The long-standing contrast of rural neglect and urban affluence has been rectified to a great extent by significant investment in rural roadways, schools, health care facilities, water supplies, and sanitation facilities. In health, there has been a reorientation from cure to prevention. Strong emphasis has been given to education in public health, and efforts have been made toward eradicating disease vectors and upgrading sanitary standards in previously neglected rural and urban areas. Education has been given high priority and the high illiteracy of the rural areas has been virtually eliminated. 99% of Cuban children between 6 to 12 were enrolled in schools by 1976. Open unemployment, which in the late Batista years was 10% even in the harvest seasons, 23% in 100. Table 3-2. Human needs performance of 4 socialist and 6 U.S. client states in the 1970s. 101. 10, 11, 12. Unemployment and underemployment. 102. The slack periods has been greatly reduced by a deliberate policy of full employment. Happy face, the great reduction of income inequalities and the strict rationing of food has resulted in a virtual elimination of hunger and malnutrition. 5 Although choices have been sharply reduced and food conditions are austere. In short, although it is rarely discussed in the free press, the most important fact about the Cuban Revolution and its impact on the Cuban people is that the basic needs of a formerly ignored and subjugated majority were quickly met, despite many unfavorable conditions, but the great superiority in human needs provision in the socialist states is strikingly evident. This is true even if we confine the comparison to China, which has the lowest per capita income of the 10 countries, and Cuba, which is in the mid-range of income levels. Note that the data on life expectancy at birth, which the World Bank calls the best single indicator of the extent of real poverty, shows China outperforming all of the U.S. clients except Chile, and the overall difference between the two sets is very clear. The difference in rates of child mortality and death rates from curable diseases like TB and gastroenteritis is also spectacular. This reflects, in part, the varying level of attention given to the medical needs of the majority, displayed in the supply of physicians and health outlays as a percentage of GNP. The health outlays shown here suffer from the absence of data on private health expenditures, which are relatively important in the U.S. client states. But in the really poor countries, private health care is of negligible importance to the great majority of the population, with the result that in a country like the Philippines, as is pointed out in a World Bank report on that country, the task of providing health services to the majority has therefore fallen upon the Department of Health. Happy face. The differences in the national commitment to the health of the majority in China and Cuba, in contrast with the U.S. clients, is evident from this data. The variation in nutritional conditions is also highly significant. Column 9 shows the protein supply per capita adjusted for the export and import of food, adjusting, therefore, for the fact that countries like Brazil and Guatemala export a huge quantity of agribusiness outputs geared to external markets, while large numbers at home are hungry. It can be seen that the protein supply per capita in China exceeds that available in richer countries like Guatemala, Indonesia, and the Philippines, and equals the level of the much more affluent Brazil. Column 8 translates the facts on income distribution, unemployment rates, and national priorities into the ugly reality of child malnutrition, which is of serious proportions in 4 of the 6 U.S. client states. The unemployment rates shown on column 7 are rough, but probably give reasonable order of magnitude values and differences. There is little debate over open unemployment rates, which are shown here to be significantly higher in the U.S. client states than in the 4 socialist states. Underemployment levels are harder to assess, involving judgmental and definitional niceties as to who really wants to work and the adequacy and quality of the work performed by those nominally employed. My own examination of the data yields the column 7 estimates, which indicate that the reserve army of underemployed in the U.S. client states is huge, far larger than in the socialist states. Happy face. There are several reasons why this is the case. First, as we have seen, the welfare of the majority is not an objective of the leadership of the NSSs, and, correspondingly, full employment is not a goal of this leadership. Everett Martin, writing in the Wall Street Journal, mentions in passing that national unemployment statistics aren't kept in Brazil, 59, not stopping to reflect on the possible policy significance of NSS disinterest in this information. Second, the NSS is 104. Designed to keep wages low to the advantage of the joint venture partners, and a large reserve army of unemployed serves this interest well. As one protest document from Brazil observes, the truth is that in order to concentrate the wealth in a few hands, it is not enough to lower wages. It is necessary, beyond this, to maintain a large sector of the population in such conditions that when workers do get a job they will accept it at any price, and when they are jobless they constitute a reserve pool which the employers take advantage of to ensure that the workers fight among themselves for the possibility of a job. Thus there is a large sector of the population in the big cities who will never be employed unless in part-time jobs as odd jobmen, street peddlers and car watchers, without any security carrot. Third, as profit interests call for improved efficiency, in a system where no weight is given to the externalities of technological unemployment, dispossession, and landlessness, a great deal of unemployment may be generated through efficiency-enhancing processes. In a democratic system, or in a non-democratic system where the interests of the majority were somehow given major weight, labor-intensive technologies would be stressed if there was an unemployment problem, and trade-offs between improved efficiency and the effects of technological change on the peasantry and working class would be evaluated carefully, with any bias leaning toward basic human needs provisions. If the peasants also tend to produce locally consumed foods, whereas the efficient agribusiness firms produce for export only, this would be a factor favoring peasant farming. In Brazil and Indonesia, no such calculus of human externalities is made. Dispossession is encouraged by positive subsidization of labor-saving machinery, and special tax credits are given for exports that displace indigenous food. In Brazil, analysts harp on the tragic contradiction, in which government economic favors multiply herds of cattle and enlarge plantations, the small laborer sees his family's food supply diminishing. Happy face, Java, to give a more specific illustration. 105. Village makers of bricks, buckets, baskets, rope, soap, shoes, and soft drinks have been put out of business by modern factories, many foreign-controlled, that use capital-intensive, labor-saving techniques designed to deal with high labor costs in the West. Recently, foreign companies have been competing to sell cultivating machinery to wealthy Javanese farmers and contractors. In the West Javanese village of Tuktana, an agricultural economist named Rudolf Sinaga found 5 Japanese-built power tillers in operation. Each of them, he calculated, eliminated over 2,000 days of work per year for village laborers, and diverted $2,650 to the owner, dealer, and manufacturer. The government subsidizes the machines with easy credit and low import duties. The bank conceded in a recent report that the rules often resulted in an import bias against local contractors. In other words, projects that might have used a lot of laborers sometimes use a lot of bulldozers instead. Happy face, Cuba and China both prove that, even with a great deal of botching, mass human misery can be alleviated in poor societies. The basic human requirements of subsistence and minimal health care can be met, where the leaders have some interest in serving the majority. As we have seen, this interest conflicts with the ends of both the NSS and the elites of the West in their dealings with the Third World. This involves the West in hypocrisies and intellectual somersaults of staggering dimension, as it must reconcile its tradition and rhetoric of belief in democracy, individualism, and the dignity of each human being with de facto support of a system, the national security state, which represents the antithesis of each of these values. Economic rationale. That a totalitarian free enterprise system with an economy open to multinational development is likely to yield desirable results in the long run is based on dubious economic premises. It should be noted initially, however, that real-world applications of the development model are always compromised by real-world facts, like pervasive corruption. In 106. The description of the model, its spokesman never discuss the consequences of a situation where, example, Indonesian generals and their bureaucratic apparatus might be stealing as much as 30% of the national income *** and misinvesting large sums in technological wonders that meet their military intelligence biases, or that U.S. companies are having trouble selling. Nor would the managers of the NSSs, in the ideal model, disregard the human and environmental externalities of agribusiness dispossession of 5 million peasants and the stripping of 100 million acres of forest cover. The reality of supply-side economics with machine guns, however, is a virtually complete disregard of these externalities. It is cost-benefit analysis with zero weight to social costs. The reality adds further weight to the view affirmed here that the models are an ideological cover for local elite and multinational looting of huge and catastrophic dimensions. It also means that the GNP growth figures for the NSSs are fraudulent, that if the external costs being imposed on the politically expropriated were subtracted, as they should be according to orthodox principles, the growth rate of a Brazil would be lower, maybe even negative. The applied NSS development model also attaches virtually zero value to the preservation of indigenous cultures, traditional modes of work, and community structures and relationships. These may be swept away by business interests whenever large profits beckon. I noted earlier the dishonesty of Kirkpatrick's argument that the NSS preserves traditional ways and modes of work. She transforms the preservation of traditional hierarchical and exploitative relationships, which the NSS surely does preserve, into traditional ways in general, but it is precisely the combination of hierarchy imposed by machine guns, plus greater capital mobility, that has allowed the ruthless disruption of the traditional ways of the large numbers who stand in the way of progress. Agricultural economist Ernest Feder claimed a decade back that this silent march of the poor, a continuous milling around of poor farm people in search of jobs or land, was already growing by several million per year and constituted the greatest migratory movement in all history. Happy face, these rural landless are the internal refugees of the NSSs, and they account for a large fraction of world refugee totals. In 107. What the NSS does is allow radical structural transformations and multinational penetration to proceed rapidly and without democratic consent, with appropriate payoffs to the local enforcers to stifle the protests of the victims. The traditional apologetics for development under free world auspices, as expounded by W.W. Rostow and assorted other developmentalists of the Chicago School, World Bank, etc., make a number of extremely dubious economic assumptions. To arrive at benign conclusions, one is that there is a high degree of competition and capital and jabber mobility in third world countries. If, however, resources do not move easily and monopoly power is widespread, prices do not adjust quickly or at all, and many orthodox conclusions do not follow. The opening up of Argentina, Brazil, and Chile to a heavy influx of foreign capital decimated small and medium-sized local manufacturing and other businesses. 8 This was partly a result of the marketing prowess, technical resources, and better credit access of large foreign firms. These firms also specialize in catering to the expanding elite markets for style goods, whereas many local producers serve a limited and often contracting mass market for indigenous goods. Insofar as the local firms lose out because of differential credit access, or the sophisticated marketing techniques applied by foreign companies, or the contraction of the local market resulting from NSS tight money and trickling up income distribution policies, denationalization can hardly be said to reflect efficiency factors. Furthermore, when local producers are pushed out of the market, other opportunities do not exist for most of them in the NSS economic environment, nor are there any opportunities for the millions of peasants dispossessed by large soybean and cattle raising firms, a large proportion of the small producers, their employees, and the rural dispossessed simply join a growing reserve army of unemployed and marginalized. Argentine industrial employment fell by 30% between 1976 and 1980, while total industrial output was increasing by only 5%. In Chile, employment in the material goods sector fell by 21% from 1970-1978. In Brazil, the number of peasants dispossessed over the past 2 decades has been estimated by church sources as in excess of 7 million. G number of landless in the Mexican countryside is estimated to have increased from 1.5 million in 1950 to some 14 million by the mid-1970s. These human resources were not reabsorbed in an efficient market economy. GNP, unadjusted for externalities, increased on a smaller human base. A second assumption of the development model is that the scale, technology, and marketing advantages of large foreign firms will gradually be overcome, that they will not constitute a permanent barrier to the development of viable domestic firms and competitive new industries. These foreign advantages presumably will yield to the pressures of competition, domestic shakeouts, and growth in firm size, the general accumulation and import of know-how, and technical adaptations to the particular factor and price complex of the Third World. In reality, however, the advantages of large foreign firms have not been overcome. Scale economies keep extending in a technologically dynamic world, and countries without a strong technological base seem to be at a permanent disadvantage. Third world manufacturers suffer from small local markets, kept small by NSS distributive policies, and multinational penetration has further limited the market shares of local firms. With only a few exceptions, the larger foreign markets have not been effectively penetrated by third world manufacturers for reasons of protection and their continuing scale, marketing, and technological disadvantages. Development model rhetoric assumes that with an influx of foreign capital, partly enforced by requirements that goods sold locally be produced locally, there would come an inflow of technological know-how and, eventually, technological autonomy. But not only have foreign companies kept their technological base at home, technology apparently develops only in a system of vertical and horizontal supply linkages that interact with and stimulate one another, linkages which do not easily emerge in a dependent economy. Happy face, G result is that instead of the balance of payments suffering from large imports of final goods from abroad, the balance of payments of third world countries is kept in troubled condition through another root: greater reliance on imported intermediate goods and technical know-how. Happy face. A third assumption of traditional free world takeoff models is that savings rates would be raised during the growth process to levels that would permit the high rates of investment. 109. Needed for high rates of output growth. This would be supplemented by foreign capital inflows, which would also elevate investment and growth rates. There has been some validation of this assumption, aided by the depressed wages maintained under NSS conditions. But several qualifications have proved to be important. Savings and investment have been kept lower than otherwise by the corruption drain. They have been kept lower by the need for military and other security outlays required to keep the populace under control and to meet the interest group demands of the enforcers. Rampant consumerism on the part of NSS elites has limited the growth of saving and has also elicited high levels of infrastructure investment in things like roads and gas stations to service an elite automobile culture, in lieu of productive investment. Offsetting the inflows of foreign capital are outflows of savings and profits in search of safe havens and profitable investment abroad. Thus in Argentina, Brazil, and Chile the gross domestic savings rates fell during the NSS years, and in Argentina and Chile the level of gross domestic private investment also fell and stayed below the pre-coup levels. What flourished in Brazil during the miracle years were motor car and consumer durable goods production, government public utilities and public investment projects, and agribusiness. The miracle has worn thin with changed energy and financial market conditions, and Brazil has solved none of its enormous human problems while building up the world's largest foreign debt. In Argentina, export, agriculture, and finance have been the only growth sectors, while in Chile, financial, marketing and import activities have surged in importance while the material goods sectors have suffered an absolute as well as relative decline. The Argentinian economy is more concentrated, dependent and fragile than it was before the arrival of the NSS. The Chilean economy has similar disabilities, made somewhat more severe by the absolute contraction of the industrial base ***. The integration of third world economies into world markets under NSS conditions has led to a dependent and unbalanced growth process. The NSSs continue to attract investment from abroad, most heavily in mining, agriculture, agribusiness, service activities and finance, leaving their economies 110. Still vulnerable to fluctuations in raw materials prices and hostage to balance of payments crises and the power of external lenders. The growth of an export agriculture sector, which has generally been subsidized in the NSS, has been associated with a reduction in agricultural production for domestic use, an increased importation of basic goods staples, and more widespread hunger. 5. Dependency has persisted with foreign traders and private and public lenders still exercising great power in shaping political structures and social and economic policies. Development has been concentrated heavily in areas still subject to strong international competition and vulnerable to shifts in tastes and technological substitution. And these economies have not developed the internal linkages and balance that make for technological autonomy. Most important, this dependent growth has been accomplished at enormous human cost, and has been accompanied by an increase in inequalities and the enlargement of human misery and unmet social obligations to a depressed majority. Terror as an integral feature of the national security state. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that terror is a built-in feature of the NSS, firmly grounded in its ends and in the objective situation with which it was designed to cope. As already indicated, its objectives are those of a small elite minority, who need and use the NSS to implement a system of permanent class warfare. The economic model of third world development favored by the West does not say use terror, but the policies that are favored, which would encourage foreign investment and keep wages and welfare outlays under close control, could often not be put into place without it. Privilege cannot be maintained and enlarged from already high levels if the people are allowed to organize, vote, and exercise any substantial power. As was pointed out by Martínez de Haas, the top financial minister of the Argentine military government, in arguing for his 1976 to 1977 economic plan, "We enjoy the economic stability that the armed forces guarantee us. This plan can be fulfilled despite its lack of popular support. It has sufficient political support. That provided by the armed forces." Happy Face, 1-1. With undeviating regularity, the imposition of a NSS is accompanied by a rapid dismantling, or other mode of neutralization, frequently by killing, imprisoning or exiling the leadership of working class and peasant organizations, like unions, cooperatives, leagues, and political groupings. The heart of NSS economics is wage control, and the introduction of each NSS has been followed by a sharp fall in real wages and dramatic increase in the rate of unemployment. This is one of those special freedoms brought by machine guns, which has its own Orwellian Chicago school designation in the NSS. Thus, in explaining the shooting of a trade union leader speaking in favor of a strike, an Argentine army communique of 1977 stated that the legal forces acted in accordance with orders designed to guarantee freedom of employment. In addition to freedom of employment, there